All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 6th, 2026 Select Board meeting. As the first order of business, given that this is the organization meeting for the Select Board, I will call the meeting to order. And as the first order of business, I will take any nominations for chair. And I'll take for process, I will take them in the order which they come in, and then I will ask for a vote on if there's multiple ones, each one. Kendall, I saw your hand first.
Okay, I would nominate Shannon to be chair.
Second. Any other nominations? All in favor of Shannon Jackson as the chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Shannon, I turn it over to you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Ethan. We'll move on to the second election for organization. Are there any nominations for vice chair? Andy.
I would like to nominate Kendall Chamberlain for vice chair.
Is there a second? I'll second that. Are there any other nominations for chair?
Vice chair.
Vice chair.
I will nominate Ethan Lawrence.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. We will do these in the order that they were nominated. All those in favor of Kendall as vice chair, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor of, all those opposed?
Do you have
Yeah.
to be opposed?
Yeah.
Do I have to?
Is that how nominations work?
I don't think you have to be opposed.
We don't have to be opposed. Okay, we'll move on to all those in favor of Ethan Lawrence being chair, or vice chair. Please state aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Ethan Lawrence, you are our vice chair. Congratulations. Well, I will now take at this time nominations for clerk. Are there any nominations for clerk? Ethan, I see your hand.
I nominate Meg Zimmerman to be clerk.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Kendall. Are there any other nominations for clerk? Are you okay with being clerk?
Yes.
Great. As this is your first meeting, I just want to make sure you were comfortable with that.
Yep.
We'll now take the vote. All those in favor of Meg being clerk, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Meg, congratulations.
Thanks.
Just so it's easier for free speech TV, why don't we rearrange so he can handle it?
Just stay where I am.
You can give me my box right there.
Oh, yeah.
Am I staying where I am?
Could you ask everyone?
Are you going to stay where you are?
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll move you next week.
Yes, Meg, if you could move to this chair,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Thanks.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, board members. Congratulations, my fellow board members and our new board member for being elected about a month ago now. I welcome you, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you, everyone, for who's come tonight. If you could please follow this wonderful woman's example and make sure that you have signed in. We want to make sure we have a full log of everyone who's present. And I will thank Greg for running the organization until I was in this position. Rules of order for this meeting. Please silence your phones. And for those online, please note that your microphones will be muted by default until recognized by the chair. This is the result of some bad actors in prior meetings, and it is an attempt to prevent that from occurring again. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Are there any agenda or changes to the agenda, additions or changes from the staff?
None from staff. There are a couple of pieces of paper at your chairs. One of them is just the hearing procedures for potentially vicious dog hearings. The others are comments from the Planning Commission about Tier 1B. Catherine Sonic will be able to speak to those when she comes, but the Planning Commission, I don't think, is able to be here tonight, so that's why that's in front of you right now. But no other changes.
Thank you. Any changes or additions from the board? Hearing none, we don't need to approve the agenda. We can move on to public to be heard. This is a chance for members of the public to come up and talk about things that are not on the agenda, although they can be on the consent agenda. Please remember rules to follow. Please be civil. Please be brief as a general rule. Any comments longer than a few minutes represent a need to have a deeper conversation, and you're welcome to either follow up by email or reach out to us as board members or the staff, and we can set a meeting to possibly add this to a future agenda. So please keep this in mind. Please, again, silence your cell phones, refrain from side conversations, and I will welcome anyone, both online as well as in the room, to come up to the table and or raise your hand, and I will call on you for public comment. Yes, Mr. Post. And please make sure when you come up, you state your name.
I'm not going to read from the book. Sorry. My name's Bruce Post. I'm from 1 Cindy Lane. First of all, I want to thank or welcome our new select board member. I was once a new select board member, and I was clerk as well. I think one of the positive changes that I've seen on the select board since I was on it, 2009, 2012, is there are votes that are divided. There's dissent. There's discussion. When I was on the board, there was this impulse to have everything be unanimous. And if you voted against something, you were almost ostracized. So I think that's a wonderful aspect of the board in the last few years, and I hope it continues. Second, I went to a meeting a few nights ago, maybe last week, about our neighborhood, Tanglewood Drive and Birchwood. Speeding has been an issue with some people, and we got together to talk about it at the behest of Public Works. We said, well, get some of your neighbors together. And somebody described a group as a vocal minority. And I took issue with it, because if you look at turnout and participation in this town, the vast majority don't get involved. It is a minority who get involved. And I want to say thank you to people who get involved. Sometimes they're characterized as the usual suspects or troublemakers, but if you take time, you should be valued. And also, I believe many of these people make contributions from studying the issues, and they should be respected and not disregarded. So I want to praise the vocal minority. I hope we could turn this town into one of a vocal majority, because more people will participate. So again, thank you for running to the new member. Welcome to the new leadership. And Andy, I know you're a veteran, you're still here. Thank you for all your service. I want to say it at the beginning of your term and not wait until the end. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any comments online? Anyone else in the room? Yes, please.
This is just for things not on the agenda, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you have a comment for something on
For something on the agenda, on the actual business items, there will be a moment in each business item for public comment at that point. But if there's a comment about the consent items, this is a time you would speak. Great.
Shannon, can I just ask Andy, just because he's an ally here, can you try to raise your hand online? We've recently changed our privacy settings. I just want to make sure I haven't restricted reactions.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Good catch.
Because we disabled the chat.
No, of course. That's also a good thing to note, is that as a stepped up precaution due to situations we had at our previous meeting, we will not be having the chat on here. And again, if there were a chat option, it would not be recorded into record. So, seeing no other public comment, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I'm looking for a motion. Andy,
I move approval of the consent agenda.
is there a second?
Second.
Second from Meg. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to business item 7A, potentially vicious dog hearing for a bite that occurred on, or a dog that occurred on Brigham Hill Road. I will start this by looking for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of open the hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The hearing is open. At this point, the clerk will have an opportunity to read if you go to the memo, Meg, you'll read the discussion. It's the whole synopsis of the hearing. It'll give the public a good understanding about what this hearing is about.
The memo.
So on the memo, under discussion, starting with on Wednesday, March 18th.
Okay, sorry. On Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, Miss Ellen Fleming submitted a written request to the Town of Essex Selectboard seeking a hearing regarding a dog bite incident that occurred on Brigham Hill Road. Miss Fleming reports that while gathering her mail with her baby in a stroller, her family's dog was bitten by a neighboring dog, Loyola, from 179 Brigham Hill Road on September 16, 2025. Her dog, Merlin, sustained a puncture wound to the rear of his right leg. Excuse me. During the incident and needed veterinary care for his wounds. More information is contained in the attached requests, police reports, and animal care documents. Miss Fleming's driveway where the incident occurred crosses the rear of 179 Brigham Hill Road, giving her a legal right to be on their property. However, regardless of the location of the event, because this incident occurred between two animals, under the town's ordinance, the dog is considered a potentially vicious dog. A hearing is held in the same manner as for vicious dogs as prescribed in section 4.050 of the town ordinances, with the exception that if the legislative body determines that the behavior classifies the dog as potentially vicious, the legislative body may order any protective measures be taken absent the dog being humanely destroyed. Staff notes that the owner of Loyola was issued a warning by the Essex Police Department for the animal running at large in July of 2024 after an incident where the dog jumped on a man passing by on a bike. A copy of that police report and warning are included along with separate police reports regarding an incident in August 2025 of Loyola biting another dog. Staff also confirms that Loyola has not been registered for 2026, though she was registered for 2025. Documents indicate she is spayed. I think
Thank you.
she has since been. Oh, yeah.
There was an update from staff that the dog was registered as of
Over the weekend.
over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll now move on to the oath of the hearing. If the complainant/victim, the dog owner, domestic pet owner, and any others that will be giving public comment today could come up to the mic, as well as turn your mics on. I guess we'll do it. How do we do it through Zoom?
Maybe we can do it,
Honest policy?
if we can get a hand raised, maybe we can unmute folks.
Yes. If you could raise your hand if you will be giving public comment on this public dog hearing online. I will read a statement. You will then say, I will. Let me know when you're ready, Greg.
We have one, and Emily has been unmuted.
Okay. I assume there's many people in the room. You can stay where you are. The oath is as follows. Under the pains and penalties of perjury, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Then we will start with the Flemings, or Flanagans. Flemings.
I wrote mine out. I have
Perfect.
copies if people want it later.
So this is your chance to give your statement, as well as we'll then ask you some questions as the board. So please, if you can state your name
Yes.
and go from there.
Okay. I'm Ellen Fleming. Thank you for being here and for taking the time to listen. I'd like to start by extending my condolences to the Campbell family. I am so sorry for their loss. This hearing is about the large tan or brown dog named Loyola, who lives with the Campbells at 179 Brigham Hill Road. She's about 80 pounds. When I requested this hearing, I included a police report about an incident from last September, but I'd like to give some context and describe some past incidents first. My family and I are neighbors of 179. Our property sits behind theirs and is landlocked. Our driveway, which crosses the back of the Campbell's land, is shared with our neighbor Tim and his family. To get to my house from the road, you pass over Tim's land, then across the Campbell's land, then across Tim's land again. The driveway eventually forks with one side going to Tim's house and the other leading to mine. There is not a legal way to access my property without using the driveway and crossing the Campbell's land. We have had several incidents with Lola over the past few years. When we first started encountering her, she was often running loose in the Campbell's yard and would run up to us and bark and snarl. It was a bit scary because she's pretty large and has an angry bark, but for a while we could usually get her to go away. One time in 2024, I was walking in the driveway with a dog we had at the time, Sasha. Lola came running up to us aggressively barking and growling. She was trailing a tie out. This time telling her to go away didn't work. The two dogs were snarling at each other, and when I tried to stop it, one of them bit me. Later, my husband Rob spoke to June Campbell and let her know that they needed to control their dogs. We also wanted to be sure that Lola was vaccinated. She showed him that she was, and she made a comment about how Lola often breaks her collar and that when she does, she just sews it back together. Another time in 2024, I took both of my dogs for a walk on Brigham Hill Road. We left with no incident, but when we came back, Lola was outside and charged over to us. She was agitated and snarling, and I kept backing up to give her space, then trying to go forward again. But every time we tried to go forward, she would get aggressive. Right as I started thinking about what to do next, my neighbor Tim happened to drive by in his pickup truck, and I told him that we were stuck. He ended up having my two dogs and I get in the bed of his truck, and he drove us back to my house. He had to drive very slowly because Lola continued to circle us and was trying to jump up and get into the truck bed. That was a really scary encounter. At some point after that, the Campbells put up a fence in their backyard. It was that kind of roll-out wire garden fence that you clip to metal stakes and was only about 3 feet tall, which is not tall enough to contain a dog Lola's size. We tried walking in the driveway, and the fence did work for a little while. We think just because visual barriers are sometimes enough. Then Lola figured out that she could get over the fence, under the fence, or even around the fence because there were gaps. But it was unpredictable when she'd get out versus when she'd stay in the yard. The main incident that brings us to this hearing happened in mid-September of last year, 2025. I had my 6-week-old daughter in a bassinet-style stroller and my dog Merlin on a leash, as always. I had talked myself into believing that everything would be okay this time. We made it out to our mailbox just fine, but on the way back, Lola came running out and slipped under the fence. She charged over to us, and I yelled, "No, no, no, go home." But it didn't work. She was barking, snarling, and circling us. I really started panicking and screaming. I was screaming, "No, no, no, get away, no, no, no." But it didn't work. Lola continued barking at us, even as I stopped the stroller and backed away from it with Merlin, and she kept circling us aggressively, growling and snarling. I kept trying to get away and couldn't. Someone came out from the Campbell's house. I think it was June's daughter, Jana. She yelled to Lola to leave us alone. I believe it was about then that Lola ran away from us, but not back to the house. She just started running around elsewhere on the property. Jana yelled over to ask if we were okay, and I yelled something back like, "I don't even know yet. I have a baby with me," and she needed to get the dog under control. I had so much adrenaline then and was so upset and scared. I grabbed the stroller and started trying to go home. Very quickly, my neighbor Tim came racing down the hill from his house in his truck and wanted to know what was happening. He had heard me screaming from all the way up at his house. He got out and went and had a conversation with Jana. When he came back, we spoke about me making a police report, and I went home. I got home and realized our dog Merlin was bleeding. I took him to urgent care, found he had one puncture wound on his rear leg or hip area. They gave him antibiotics, and he had to wear a cone to keep his wound clean. He is nervous at the vet and had to be given strong sedatives to let them examine him. This is the incident that's described in the police report you have. Later that week, Tim let us know that he had seen a large black pit bull type dog in the Campbell's yard that none of us had ever seen before. At the time, we had no knowledge of this dog except that he was bigger than Lola, but it was scary to hear another big dog had shown up, especially so soon after Merlin being hurt. After that day that Lola bit Merlin, I never walked in that part of the driveway again. If I need to get the mail, I drive, and if I go for walks, I stay close to our house or drive somewhere else. At the time in September, I initially intended to request a potentially vicious dog hearing. I now wish that I had, but at 6 weeks postpartum, frankly, it got away from me. And I think there was part of me that doubted anything would come from it except to antagonize our neighbors because a human hadn't been hurt yet. Then in February, we learned that the big black dog Tim had seen was named Jack and that Jack had already injured 3 people. We all know how devastatingly that story ended. It made us realize that the overall problem was much more serious than we had ever anticipated, which brings us back to why we're here now. It is clear that there is an overall inability to safely keep dogs at this house. There is a pattern of inattentiveness and negligence. I even learned in recent weeks, as you mentioned, there are police reports from 2024 and 2025, which are in the agenda packet, that document Lola antagonizing passersby in the road. With all of this, I realized that I had to request this hearing now, not only to keep my own family safe, but to protect the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think Ellen covered everything very well. Just wanted to say a couple of things. You know, this has been going on for a long time, several years now, and I wish that back in the beginning, we just went to the police and came to the town right away. We wanted to kind of try to handle this as neighbors, do the easy thing, and just get the problem to go away without involving everybody. In hindsight, that was a mistake. You know, we're here now. But it just has been an ongoing problem for us. And really what we're looking for most out of this is we just want to be able to feel safe in our home and in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it to the board. Do you have any questions for our friends?
No, I'm sorry that that's happened to you, and I appreciate you coming and bringing it to us now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming forth. I appreciate you sharing. I also, when I spoke with you privately, you mentioned that you, as we can see from your statement, you took the time the day of to write things down because you thought it would be important. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
We've also received emails from you about what you would hope for. Could you speak about the situation you'd like to see accomplished?
Yes, I understand that the select board is limited. I know with Jack you did everything that you could, and I completely understand that. And we're limited again. I think, having said that, just in order to have something to work towards, I think what we ideally would like is, and we know that this would be a very hard decision, would be for the Campbells to give up Lola to another family or to a shelter. I don't think that they have the capability of taking care of her. And I have a concern that if there were requirements put in place for them to keep her, like putting up an adequate fence, that either the fence wouldn't be maintained in the long term, or that they would, I worry that maybe the fence there wouldn't be enough space for Lola. I would hate to see her kind of confined or, to live a sad life just in order to follow the requirements and stay there. So I think I overall have a concern that they can't keep her, and I think that ideally we would like her to live elsewhere. We also have a concern, having seen that, even after this dog was causing problems in the neighborhood, that they had another problem dog show up at the house. And so we worry that if they were to give up Lola, that there could just be another dog that follows. So I would also hope that they would agree that they understand that this is beyond their control or capacity, and that they wouldn't house dogs maybe over a certain size anymore. I think they also have a small dog, like this, something like this big. That's okay. We love dogs. We understand how important they are. And I don't want to punish anyone. I just want everyone to be safe. But I also I'm thinking in the long term, I don't want I would just hate for us to kind of put a Band-Aid on it, and then for the long term, we'd all be back in the same position. So if anything we could do for the long term would be our hope.
And just to add there, the things that we've gone through and things we've talked about, I've talked to various members of the Campbell family about their dogs a handful of times over the years. And at some time the dog would slip its collar, right? So get the collar back on, okay. Then the dog would slip out of a harness, okay, tighten the harness, do whatever. Then the dog would pull the anchor out of the ground and drag the tether with it, okay. Then we got a fence, but the fence isn't adequate, so the dog figured out how to jump over the fence, the dog figured out how to go under the fence and
There's
through various
gaps.
portions of the fence that hasn't been maintained as well as it needs to.
Right.
But was never adequate in the first place because we've seen Lola jump over the fence multiple times. So we've been kind of playing this whack-a-mole game of like, okay, what can we do to keep this dog on the premises and the property and where it should be and not intimidating or harassing people. And there's just been numerous issues over the years.
Yeah. And then also realizing that we're only thinking about it mostly from the backyard. That's where we see her. But none of this prevents her from going out the front door and antagonizing people in the road. So again, I mean, with her size and temperament, I just hope ultimately the family understands and can admit that they don't have the capacity to handle her or a similar dog.
Again, I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Unless there's anything else from the board. Andy, yes, please.
Just a point of technicality. The gentleman didn't state his name.
Oh, sorry. My name is Rob Fleming.
Okay, thanks. For the
Kendall,
record.
did I see your hand as well?
Yeah, I have a question. Don't they already have another dog? There was some information that was provided today by an expert.
The small one. that
But they do
Alan
have a
mentioned,
small one,
yes.
okay.
I believe that one's name's Allie.
Okay. Is that information that was provided available here?
Thanks. I'll see it up here. I did not know there was another dog registered. It was registered over the weekend at the same time as Lola. So that information was not known to me when I was putting this together.
Thank you.
I didn't know.
Ethan?
I was just gonna say I didn't know there was a third dog from the original situation. I was under the impression when we were presented the first time that there was only 2 dogs, and it sounds like we were all under the same impression.
It sounds like that was the only one that's been talked about or registered, so. Appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, Kendall.
Can I ask another question? How big an area is the entire yard that this residence has? Just a rough estimate?
I
100
think
square
their
feet?
property is like an acre and a half or 2 acres.
Thought it was
Maybe.
2 or 2.5 acres.
And the house is pretty close to the road. So the part from the back of the house to our driveway, maybe 100.
40 by 60.
Oh, thank you.
40 by 60?
40 by 60
Roughly 40 by 60.
is the backyard. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Ethan?
Just a point to that, but it was previously a sheep fence. You know,
Part of it was, yeah.
so many years ago. I believe that's where they were turning the dog out. When
That
the
was
dog
part,
started to
it's kind
escape.
of a few fences cobbled
Okay.
together. Part of it, yeah, was, I think you're right, an old sheep fence.
Originally, and then they put in the 3-foot fence that kind of cut the yard in half.
Yeah.
And then that fence, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just in passing by over the years, I
Mhm, mhm.
missed the sheep.
Thank you. Anything else to add?
So you guys are learning about the other dog. I don't know the other dog's name, but if it's Allie and Lola, the 2 dogs that they've been there for several years now. We've had problems with Allie as well, but she's much smaller.
Right.
And she doesn't come close, and you can posture at her pretty aggressively and she'll usually scamper off. But she does get close and bark and growl the same.
Right, she's just less dangerous. But it's
yeah.
the same,
We've seen her, she's come out to me all the way at our mailbox right on the road there.
yeah. So similar,
Temperament.
well, yeah, and lack of control, just less dangerous.
Thank you for that. We will move on to our next part of the hearing. This is an opportunity. Are the owners of the dog online? Oh, you're here. Oh, thank you. Please, if you would come up Last time you were online, I apologize. I didn't see you here.
I was going to be online, but I decided not to do that.
Well, thank you for joining us. If you could state your name, and you'll have an opportunity to give your testimony as well.
Okay, my name is June Campbell. I live at the address 179 Brigham Hill Road. I'm trying to see where I'll start. It's true. What they said is true. I can't deny that. I heard the commotion that happened when she was with her baby. I didn't know the dog got hurt. I don't know if they told us, but it doesn't matter. They got it taken care of. But I didn't know that. The other thing is, my husband played with the fences somewhat just before that and put the lower fence close to the road. And I had to fix it after, and I don't know at what point that low fence got there, but it wasn't there. I had something closer to our yard that was tall, like 6 feet maybe. So, but that doesn't matter at this point. But I have to say that I don't think there's been an altercation since that September date. We've had her on a leash in the back and in the front. She doesn't get out of the leash. I don't ever remember saying she did. She doesn't anyway at this point. So she has been taken care of. We had the people from dog control. They called. They didn't come out, and I was hoping they would, but they didn't. And we talked about how to handle it. And I said, well, I'll just put her on a leash all the time. And they were okay with that. So that's where it went. I don't think anybody's had a problem with her since then, except for one day I took her for a walk. And I won't do that again, because she's just a hyper dog. She's very active, hyper. What can I say? That's the type of dog she is. But she doesn't bite normally, that I know of, except for the dog I heard today. I didn't get a report of any of the complaint, so I didn't know what it said, except for where the complaint came from. It did say that. I don't know what you want. You know, Lola's, we just started, she's took forever to get used to us as a dog family, because she was, you know, not in a great place where she came from. So it was kind of a rescue. And then it took her forever to start to like us. And because she was just scared and hyper, and that doesn't help. So, but she's better now. She doesn't care if she's on a leash. I thought that would really bother her, but it doesn't. I wanted her to be able to run around the yard. So it was my idea to do that, but not with short fences. But that's what ended up happening. I didn't think they should be short. I don't think I could handle not having Lola. We've been with her now for 4 years. She was a puppy, but when she came, and she was huge. You know, it was like she just never grew. She stayed the same size the whole time. So I don't know. I mean, if she could find a place where she'd be happy and could run around, but where are you going to find that? You know, where are you going to find that? Maybe there's places. I tried it, and I could do it. I'd have to put up a whole new back fence. I could do that. But maybe there's places where they can put dogs that want to be free. I don't know. I don't think her being free would be a good idea, because she can't, for a hyper dog to be too free is not a good thing. They got to know that they have a place to be and not run around. So I know that. I learned that because she wasn't bothered by being on the leash at all. And I thought that would really bother her. But I don't know what I can say about the times before. We were new parents to her, and I don't know. I don't know a lot of the instances that happened, but I know this one they talked about. So I think we've got the problem under control, but if there's something else we need to do, I'll do it.
Thank you. I
Yep.
appreciate you. Anything
Okay.
else you wanted to add? You don't have to. I just want to make sure I
No, I don't want to keep going on it. But don't consider the other dog. The other dog was a very different dog. Totally different. You can't think they're even close to being the same. They're not. So I don't want you to think that Lola is like the other dog. She's not. She's her own. She wouldn't hurt someone. She wouldn't. Anyway, that's what I got to say.
Well, thank you. I'll turn it to the board. Do we have any questions for? Great, Ethan.
June, I want to start by giving you my sincere condolences for your loss. And I just have a couple questions so I can kind of wrap my head around the situation of the ownership of the dog. So, when you got Lola yourself, was that before your daughter was living there with? I don't know the whole timeline with Jack.
With Jack, no.
So Jack was years later.
No. Yeah, excuse me. He was not even a year
Okay.
at our house.
So my question is, were you and your husband living alone together when you decided to adopt Lola?
No, it's my son's dog.
Your son's dog. Okay.
Yep.
And okay, that answers that question. Okay, so my second question is, when did Jack enter the home with Lola? Do you know roughly
A year
month and
ago.
year? A year ago?
Maybe not even that.
Okay.
Yeah. 6
Okay.
months.
Okay. And then the third piece of my question is, I can respect the fact that dogs are different, but my clear question is, there's absolutely no reconcile of this dog ever biting a person, even inside the household. Not even nibbling or.
No, the one Lola you're talking about.
Lola.
Lola. No,
Okay.
she's never.
Okay. And then.
She. When we feed her, she takes the tiniest bite. I mean, she just isn't a kind of dog where she's going to take a bite out of somebody. That's just not her. She can't. She eats very soft. I'm just saying that's.
Yeah, she's defensive of her space.
Oh, that.
Of
No.
with food, you're saying? She
No.
guards her food?
No, she just takes it, and you don't have to worry about her eating your hand off or something.
okay,
She's
I
very
understand.
calm when she takes her food. I'm just trying to say that
Yeah.
so you know she doesn't come and she's not biting.
Right.
It's not her nature.
Right. Okay, and then the next part of my question is going to continue to have parts.
Okay.
Has Lola ever received any behavioral training since you've owned her?
No.
No. Okay. Are you do you feel that you're in a physical condition to control Lola on a leash? If she was
Yeah,
to see
on a leash, yes.
if she was to see the most enticing thing that she could see in a situation when you have control of her on a leash, she
Yeah.
wouldn't pull you over.
Oh, I won't take her on a leash.
You won't take her on a leash, okay.
No.
So
no.
who would transport Lola should she be transported to leave the property with a leash?
Well, we put her in the car, right to the car. And then when I get to daycare, they come and get her. So there she just doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. And when you're ever loading her in the car, has anybody ever been passing by? Has that ever been an issue, or do you wait until you look both ways to see if anybody's walking before you bring her to the car, or how does that situation work?
No, I haven't had the occasion to have somebody walking by.
Okay.
But I don't know. I guess it could happen, you know.
Well, I'm just referencing to the bike incident. I'm just trying to wrap my head around how that happened. If she was at large to begin with, or if she was
I think she
contained
was.
on the porch with the collar and slipped the collar
didn't
and
have the
chased
collar.
the bike. She didn't have a collar.
No, we were training her to stay around, but that didn't work.
Okay. And then one of the final parts of my question, I'll give the rest of the board a chance to ask some questions, is do you have the financial capacity to build to hire somebody to build a sound fence with concrete poles in the ground with metal concrete holding the metal and like a chain link fence
I don't know.
to
I'd
contain the
have to
dog?
ask how much that is. Because we have a chain link that's held in by, you pound them in. I don't know what they're called,
Yeah.
but it's not
The
a,
guard and the T-post.
yeah, they're
They're
pretty
green.
strong,
Are they green? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but they're not
And then it's just the
cement posts.
contact welded wire garden fence. It's usually used for chickens or bunnies.
No,
out of
it's
your
not
garden.
stronger than that.
Right. It's stronger than that?
Stronger than that.
Is it rectangle? About 2 by 3?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Okay.
Not all around.
I'm just gonna share some of my concerns really quick. You know, I feel that in order to own, you know, I own a lot of large cattle. You know, and cattle can be as big of a nuisance as anything else, shall they're not contained with a proper fence and cared for. And by cared for, I'm not talking about loving and feeding. I'm talking about putting them in an environment where they can succeed as the mammal that they are, right? Because they have instincts, they have desire, they have, you know, reactivities. So it's very important for us as animal owners to make sure that we're putting an animal in an environment for success. And my biggest concern in this situation is that regardless of the tragic incident with Jack, Lola has, you know, a documented and undocumented. I've spoken with many of the neighbors up and down the street. I travel Brigham Hill, you know, quite frequently, so I've seen her before. You know, at a certain point in time, there can't be another. We can't lay out a set of parameters and say, well, next time she gets out, or next time, you know, it's a pattern that continues to happen. So if we were to set a list of restrictions, I'm not sure that I feel that you're sure that we can confine to those, just give Lola the success that she deserves. So I'm just asking you if you feel that you're capable of doing everything. I know, and with all due respect, you know, regarding physical abilities, I know you can't go out there and build the fence by yourself. It's not, you know. So I'm just asking you if you feel like you have the resources to help
I would
her
have
be
to
successful.
find out from somebody, and you'd have to tell me just what you're looking for.
Right.
I mean, we have a fence that's been working well, but not all of it. So, and you're asking, I mean, why would I want a fence like that if I can't let my dog run around in it, you know? So I mean, that's the other thing. And it's fine. If I have to have a fence like that, I will, but it just would make more sense for her to be able to run around. Not all the time, but just to have some freedom. You know, it's hard seeing her tied to the chain all the time, but she doesn't mind it. It's just, it's not a good way for a dog to live, I don't think.
I agree with that.
And wasn't what I was looking for when we put up the fence. But it didn't work. What we did didn't work. So I don't know what to tell you. I can check into stuff and see how much it costs. We had somebody tell us they could put one up for us, but he didn't tell us how much or anything. So.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to pass on. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Kendall, did I see your hand?
No.
Okay.
I have a
Megan.
question. So I don't know if this has been addressed before. Oh, sorry. Do you feel like you have voice control over Lola if she is, out in the street? Are you able to call her
No.
and have her come back to you immediately?
No, my son can, I can't.
Okay.
For some reason. It's my voice. She doesn't pay attention to me.
Okay. Are you the primary caregiver of the dog?
My son is,
Okay.
but I take care of him quite often. Her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Kendall.
So do I understand that for months now the dog has only gone out on the leash?
Yeah.
On a leash. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's why we haven't had any trouble.
Okay.
Greg, yes, sorry.
Just a clarification, point of clarification. When you say the dog's out on a leash, does that mean it's out and it's chained up inside the yard, or are you walking it with a leash inside?
No, I don't walk it with no. I've maybe done that once or twice.
So when you say it's on a leash,
It's on a leash.
It's on a chained
that's
up-
attached to the house.
okay, understood. Thank you.
On the front porch, correct?
On the
She
front
kinda lays
and
right-
one in the back.
Yeah, she lays right by the steps. I see her.
Yeah. And in the back too. She has one.
I'll just jump in real quick. How old is the dog? I know you've talked about you've had it for 4 years and it was your
Yeah.
son's prior
She's
to
a little over 4.5 years.
that. Okay. And what type of dog is she?
Mix.
Brown.
She's a big brown dog, yeah.
Okay.
It's
Kendall,
kind of
you-
an inane question, but how long is the leash that you attach the dog to? Or leash?
They're just enough for her to get off the porch and go to the bathroom. So it's not very long.
Okay.
She can't go in the road or go far away from the porch.
So like 10 foot long, 10 foot, 10.
The front one is shorter than the back one,
Okay.
but the back one isn't that long. It's just longer because it can be. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Ethan.
Is it wire with like a plastic coating on it?
Yeah,
It's like 20 feet long, probably.
20, maybe 20.
Yeah, anywhere, but it's probably.
And the
10,
other one is
15.
shorter, yeah.
Okay. And since you've been tying her up, you've never had one of those break before?
Oh, in the winter they get really.
I use the same one
It-
for my
it-
little lab who.
I buy them before they break, because it does break. Because the cold weather does something to the
Okay.
plastic on the outside.
Yeah.
So we just get a new one if it does that.
Not seeing any more hands from the board. I appreciate your comments, and we'll move on to the next part of the hearing.
Okay.
This next part is comments and testimonial from members of the public, expert witnesses. So I turn it to the public. Please raise your hand, and I'll call on you. Yes, sir, please come forward and state your name. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys and gals. Tim Fayon. I live at 171 Brigham Hill Road. Kind of start off with the same thing we did last meeting, and that is our condolences go out to you, June. She's had Lola for, as she said, probably 4.5, 5 years. She's had that dog. What I considered was from a puppy on, a little bit bigger than a real puppy, and she'd walk him down the road often, daily, if most times. And the dog, as she said, very high energy, just wants to go in all different directions, so on and so forth. I can appreciate and I understand the intentions that come with trying to take on and board a rescue dog of any sort. And I can appreciate the fact that you have a dog that has high energy, comes from an environment where it's scared and such. But there must come a time within a 3, 4, 5-year period that you figure out how to calm the dog down, how to make the dog feel safe, and whether or not what you're doing is working. And if it's not working, then you got to make some changes. Is the dog scared? Absolutely. Every time I've ever seen an aggressive dog, what I considered an aggressive dog, I always think that the first thing that's going on is that they're being protective of whatever, or they're afraid of whatever. So that being said, Lola has consistently, as she's gotten older, instead of just being, the little dog behind the fence, running back and forth with the hair up on the back of her back, barking and yipping at whatever walks by, that's not a problem. When she started figuring out how to get out from underneath the fence, and I apologize, June, but I don't think there's a fence there that stands as tall as I am, and that's 6'2". So most of the fences there, I think the large, like 8x8 squared, I don't even know what it's called, maybe vegetable fence that's which would be the south side of the property. That's the tallest one, maybe 5 feet tall. The rest of them are all either chicken wire. They're a mixed match of whatever they had at the time or pieced it together, because as you know, sheep, they just follow the fence. They're not going to jump it. But he did put another piece of fence across the back and tied it into the shed. And that's where she started learning how to get under the fence. And she's jumped the fence a couple times, but doesn't do that as a normal. That's not her normal go-to. But just so I don't get off track on that, she is an aggressive dog. She can be vicious if she's given the leeway to get there, i.e. getting out into the driveway and whatnot. And regardless of what anybody thinks, that's our right of way across the property. And so basically it's our property too, to be able to travel back and forth on. It's unnerving. I mean, I'm thankful now. My kids are grown. I don't have to worry about it. Ellen's got 5-6 more years, and that little girl is going to be walking to the bus stop. Granted, 5-6 years, Lola probably won't be around, but the point of the matter is putting some kind of restrictions. I don't know. I don't know how to take a dog away from a dog owner in a fair way. But minimizing the size and or type of dog that you can have, maybe bringing Lola into a house with dogs made her feel less safe. Definitely putting her around Jack, which June said she'd been there 6 months. Very well could have been. We've never seen him at all until that one day when the daughter let Jack out when I was confronting June about Lola biting the dog and terrorizing my neighbors. June and I were getting into it, and June's like, I don't know what you want me to do about it. What can I do about it? That's the kind of, I feel for her, because I don't think she's capable of correcting the problem that's there without potentially giving up the animal. She stated tonight she doesn't take it on the leash anymore because she can't handle the dog. Therefore, the dog cannot be controlled. If it gets out of that house and manages to get under the fence. I mean, here comes summer. Here comes the time we all want to walk and do whatever we want to do, ride up and down the road, whatever. It's like, it's time, and that dog needs to come out. June did take, the day I talked to her, she goes, what do you want me to do? I said, tie it to the damn house with a big enough chain. She has a great backyard, perfect for that dog to run around in, but it needs to have a substantial fence that dog cannot get through. Okay, if the fence is up, I got no problems with it because that dog's not going to get out, but it has to be a good fence. The piecemeal fence that's there, got to go. I mean, I can step over most of them. Not jumping, I can step over them. So that's the corrections. Why I came tonight was because per last meeting we had, any and all stipulations or requirements that were on Jack are not valid for Lola. And I would like all of those restrictions and or requirements instituted for Lola as well. And if we can do that, or she decides to relinquish the dog, which it's just, I don't know the other way. I don't know any other way around it. You know, I understand she loves the dog loves her now. That's fine. But it already has more documentation, or as many documentation, basically, as Jack did. He's just not as big a dog. Going to cause a hell of a problem on my leg, but it's not going to kill me. But her baby, different story.
Thank you
That's
very
all
much.
I got.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
I got a couple questions for Tim. Can we ask
Sure.
him a question?
Tim, could you back up? Ethan wants to ask you a question.
Of course you do.
Come on. Just curiosity. Out of all the other requirements that we implemented with Jack, do you feel that Wawa causes enough of a threat where she would need to be muzzled outside, or do you think that she would be able to be contained in the yard without a muzzle?
In her
own yard, not talking leaving the property.
In her own yard with a substantial fence, I wouldn't see a need for it. But like, we all have to have an agreement on this fence. It's got to be substantial. But if that can't be met, at the very minimum, it definitely needs to have a muzzle on her. I just think it'd be safer all the way around. Only, just for dog's sake. If you want to keep the dog, then you should do everything you can to keep that dog. And that means adhering to whatever requirements you guys put on her. Because if it were my dog and these problems had persisted, I would be giving up the dog. But that's me. I'm not a dog owner. I love dogs. I know that I won't give them the attention they deserve. That's why I choose not to own one. Putting a dog out on the back porch for 3/4 of the day so he can stare me down at my house or whatever and bark at me from the minute I walk out my front door is not taking care of a dog. It's just not doing it. Now the dachshund they have and whatnot, that's fine. Have 6 of them if you want them. I don't care. The barking doesn't bother me. It's the potential for puncture wounds. That's the part that bothers me.
Thank you, Tim.
Yep. Anybody else?
Anybody else? Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
We have a hand online. Emily, could you state your full name once you're unmuted?
While Emily's unmuting, I'll offer that Emily is our guest tonight. She's a dog behaviorist. I'll ask her to explain a little bit about her background, but she's here at our request to help
Wonderful.
advise the board tonight.
Thank you, Karen.
Hi, if you want to put my camera on, I don't know if you can do that. If you want to, you're welcome to. I don't know if anybody will actually be able to see my face, but you're welcome to do that.
You have to put your camera on. I don't think we have that ability.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, it's disabled by the host, so no. There I am. Hi, everybody. My name is Emily Lewis. I'm a certified dog behavior consultant, and I've got 24 years of experience in this industry, the pet care industry. I specialize in working with and handling aggressive dogs, fractious dogs, anxious dogs. I'm also a professional dog handler, and I'm often utilized by local animal control and the Humane Society of Chittenden County and Central Vermont Humane. I could keep going as their handler. So I'm coming into this just to give my opinion in regard to the dog's behavior and the potential for ways to mitigate risk to the community. And I think there are a lot of factors going into this meeting. I was not present for the meeting about Jack prior to the tragedy that took place. And so a lot of my information leading up to that event is secondhand. What I can say is that in regard to the stipulations that were put on Jack, those stipulations were not met. And so I think we have to move forward in regard to things like fencing and containment, basically starting from scratch, because the fence that is there is certainly not adequate to contain any dog, especially not a large breed dog. I have not evaluated the environment or the dog. So all of this is really based on what evidence has been put on the table. But I think that things to consider are that there has not been an incident that was documented and reported since the incident with Merlin in 2025 that involves Lola. And prior to that incident, there were no documented injuries caused by Lola. Certainly, everybody deserves to be able to walk down their street, walk out on their front lawn, check their mail, and do that safely. And no dog should be running at large, especially not one with a documented history of chasing cyclists or engaging in altercations with other dogs. However, this dog has not inflicted significant injury, physically at least, to any people or dogs. Based on the veterinary report from the incident with Merlin, I would grade that bite as a level 2 out of 6. So obviously there's a lot of emotional damage when a dog, attacks another dog or a person, and when a dog who has difficulty with going to the vet is put into that scenario that's traumatic for that dog. Absolutely. So I think there is a lot of emotional distress. But when it comes down to the injury itself, the injury was not what I would consider significant. So we don't have a dog who's displaying behavior that I think we should measure up against Jack's. I would agree with Lola's owner that they're two very different dogs with two very different sets of behavior and two different levels of safety risk. And so while I know we're going on, the back of this tragedy, I'd encourage everybody to look at this as two different circumstances. And we have the opportunity to potentially right some wrongs in regard to stipulations that are put in place and how those stipulations are enforced, and ensuring that those stipulations are enforced. So when we talk about determining the capacity of the owner to provide adequate care, I think the question becomes who's determining that capacity. When we're talking about securing the animal, both from the front door and in fencing and or on a chain, who's going out and evaluating the environment to ensure that the standards set out by the select board are adhered to? And how is the select board determining those standards to ensure safety? Has anybody evaluated this dog? Because we're using words like aggressive, dangerous, and vicious, but has a credentialed behavior expert or trainer actually evaluated this dog and determined its level of risk to the community? Because that's certainly something that I think could be really beneficial here, and a plan could be made to correct the issues that are occurring. I think that this dog certainly has potential to do harm. She has knocked over cyclists. She has bitten other dogs, and certainly it's menacing to have to be picked up in a truck by your other neighbor and driven back to your house and have that dog following you, following the vehicle. Like, I completely empathize with those experiences. But when we talk about the solution being Lola needing to leave this home, there are a lot of problems with that on a systematic level, in that, where does that dog go? Who takes care of that dog? Because shelters are pretty inundated, and to even surrender a dog to a local shelter or rescue at this point, you're looking at wait times. So while we're waiting to surrender a dog to a shelter, how do we ensure that the community is safe in the meantime? I think that there are preventative measures that can be put into place to keep the community safe, so long as those measures are enforced. I think this family and this dog could absolutely benefit from a behavior evaluation and appropriate training. And looking at the concept of rehoming, relinquishment, whether that's the best option or not for this scenario, I think some more investigation of both the environment and the dog itself need to be done to determine best course of action.
Appreciate that. I'll turn to the board. That was a lot, and obviously we appreciate the materials you submitted as well. Do we have any questions for Emily from the board? Kendall?
She submitted a written recommendation, right?
Yes, Karen sent that this afternoon, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That was it.
I did not give a lot of detail in my recommendations. They were very general thoughts. I'm happy to further sort of explain those bullet points that I provided.
Yeah, I'll start by thanking you for being here tonight. I'm just curious, I heard you mention that about the follow-up process, which I was following up with staff along the way frequently, but which part of the requirements that we set do you believe weren't followed?
The fencing, to my knowledge, either that wasn't followed up on to make sure the fencing was adequate, or the owner didn't comply with creating adequate fencing and there was no follow-up there. The training, the behavioral training that was mandated for the dog, to my knowledge, there was never a trainer or behavior consultant that actually went out to the property and evaluated and worked with the dog. I was contacted by multiple trainers after the incident with Jack that let me know that the Jack's owner had reached out to them and they elected not to work with her due to safety concerns. So, I think that those two things were not complied with.
I was just curious because I wanted to know for myself, because I was very adamant on following up to making sure that the select board was doing everything. As far as the fence part goes, we did give a timeline requirement on that, and then there was alternative restrictions there that the dog would not be in the fencing yard, which to the best of everyone's knowledge, including the neighbors, that was complied with. However, I was not notified about the denial of the behavioral specialist. I was told that they were reaching out and we were hear back. But my question for you is, would you agree that besides, if we're thinking behavioral here, besides the muzzle and just the muzzle, besides the muzzle, all of the previous requirements would still, in my mind, be adequate? You would still need a behavioral specialist. There would still be two forms of containment of the dog. Shall anyone that lives outside the home enter the home, i.e. professional services or any of those manners. There was, the dog be harnessed instead of and leashed anytime it left the property. We have some, I personally have some new concerns about physical constraint of the dog, just with who's handling the dog. But beside the big difference of in a bite scale, right? And I understand human to animal. With the level 2 on another animal, I'm understanding your opinion to be that dog has the potential to be dangerous, but isn't showing signs that that's what it's trying to do. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the bite scale speaks to the dog's bite inhibition, and bite inhibition is something that is inherent to the dog. It's not something that can be trained. So when a dog bites with a certain degree of pressure or with a certain style of bite, that is generally inherent to the dog. So when you have a dog who is biting at a level 5 and is mauling a dog or a person, we know that that dog is likely to continue to bite at that level. There's no way to change that should the dog bite. If a dog is biting at a level 2, and that's the most significant injury that's been noted in all of these circumstances, I feel pretty secure in saying that that dog is likely to continue to bite at that level. Obviously, things can escalate, but I also, this dog has not injured a person. So as far as needing it to be restrained within the house around other people, I don't know that that is relevant to this case. I think more about safety around entrances and exits, having a really adequate and secure fence so the dog can have some freedom of movement outside. And then certainly restrictions around the equipment that's used and who's handling the dog if it's outside on a leash. Because certainly, if this is actually an 80-pound dog, I didn't have those details. That's a very large dog to hold on to. I do wonder, her son is the legal owner of Lola, it sounds like. And I don't know how often he's the one handling Lola, if he has the physical capacity to hang on to her and he's the one doing her walks. I don't disagree with muzzle training for a dog, any dog. All of my dogs are muzzle trained for just to have the skill in case I need it. But I think that would mostly be in relation to her interactions with other dogs, or if she were to be running loose, which I assume she wouldn't be allowed to be if given restrictions.
Awesome. So, just to follow up on that, with the two points of constraint, I'm not sure if you know all of the details about the first incident. I understand these are two totally different dogs, but just using what I've heard in testimony tonight from the Flemings, Lola has no problem being, I won't use the word aggressive, but defensive towards strangers. So shall, sorry, I'm forgetting, Miss Campbell, hire any public good to the house, like or services like maybe a visiting nurse or Meals on Wheels or the postal carrier putting a package on the porch. You wouldn't compare those two situations to see that she's reactive to unknown humans?
Big difference between aggression and reactivity. If this dog were loose in the yard without any fence or tether and somebody came to the house, could she bark and charge the person? Absolutely. Any dog could do that. But she's also knocked over a cyclist and not injured the cyclist. This dog hasn't shown, based on the documents that I have available to me, intent to do harm to a person. And I think that that's a big difference in what I'm talking about, is the intent to do harm to a person versus the intent to do harm to another animal versus reactive behavior of like, hey, I'm going to bark and growl at you, and my intention is to keep you away from me. So if she were secured behind a fence and secured behind appropriate gates at the front door, I don't know that the stipulations have to be the same.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to.
Andy.
I just want to be clear. There's been two sets of recommendations that we've been provided with, right? One from the animal control officer, and then a secondary or a different or another recommendation from Emily here. Just want to make sure we got two different.
Yes, that's accurate. I didn't. We sent Emily the packet on Friday, so she saw it the same time you had.
Yep.
I would offer, if you're willing, Emily, would you mind just recapping, just so everyone's aware of what your sort of advice or recommendations were?
I frankly, I don't think I gave you like a great deal of information. But what I had written was that during the 7/24 incident, when Lola chased a cyclist, the cyclist was injured from falling off of his bike, but did not have injuries from direct contact with the dog. The August 2025 incident, the dog in question sustained no visible injuries in relation to Lola biting it. And then the cyclist who was chased by Lola on the street did not file a report. So I can only assume that there was no injury. I don't know that for certain. And then, of course, the incident with Merlin, I didn't have a picture of his injury, but based on the fact that it was a single puncture wound that didn't require sutures, staples, or wound glue, and the go home instructions that were provided from Peak, I graded that as a level 2 of 6. And what I had said was that this dog is certainly a nuisance and its behavior poses safety concerns for people and animals in the community. I have not evaluated the dog or its environment, but based on the information provided, I would hesitate to label the dog as dangerous or vicious. And that is just from the language with the town. I encourage you to treat this dog as entirely separate from Jack, as their behavior and safety risks appear quite different from each other. Several precautions can be put in place to ensure this dog no longer runs at large, and working with a trainer would benefit this family. The fence installed at the home to contain Jack is inadequate for most large breed dogs, and on-site home visits to evaluate the environment can help ensure the owner complies with the town's containment guidelines. So that was what I had sent after reviewing materials, but I can make very specific recommendations for sure.
So yeah, to follow on there, I thought I heard that you recommended behavior evaluation and environmental evaluation, potentially some training as a result of what's found there, and then
Yes.
containment to address the concerns about the dog. Is that
Yes.
And so the containment that you're talking about, is it the same containment that was included in the animal control officer's containment recommendations? Or is it a matter of it depends on what the evaluation says? Is this a multi-step process, or is it do containment in parallel with all the other evaluation and training?
I'm just looking at the ACO's recommendations.
Animal control about the fencing specifically, just for your reference, they talked about a fence that provided a visual barrier, such as the stockade fence, or as well as a fence that was dig-proof, called a dig defense type fence type situation. There's more details in here, but that's just kind of giving you the picture to build off of Andy.
yeah, I think height requirement, anti-dig requirement, and then the materials themselves and their durability and stability. I also think that because we want to think about the dog climbing the fence potentially, and then having a visual barrier to prevent the dog from seeing a bunch of triggers going by the front of the house, which would prevent the dog from pacing the fence line and becoming over aroused by those visuals. That can go a really long way in keeping arousal low and better containing the dog. So I think it would come down to making sure that the fence is, just really secure.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the select board? Kendall.
I would just request clarification that June is not the registered owner of Lola.
June is the registered owner.
She is the registered owner. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. If you could stick around, there's a good chance that we'll go into a deliberate public or private to be determined by the board session after this. We'd love your input as well. So please don't hang up. Any other, Tim, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing.
There's two other people that haven't spoken yet. Sorry.
Oh, online? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be quick. Just based on what she was just saying, that she wants to give it a level 2 because it hasn't bitten a person yet. Therefore, it's not the same as Jack and whatnot. We all agree it's not the same as Jack. But the dog did reach. So he got Merlin's hind quarters or hind leg or whatever. And whenever I turned to walk away from that dog, he was coming at my hamstring. And if I turned around, he would back off. So just so you're aware, if I give him my back or her my back, she's going to bite. If I don't give her my back, she doesn't have the stones to come after me. So I would lean towards the little bit harder fact that the potential is there for her to bite a person as opposed to not. Chasing a bike down the road, yeah, it's dog chasing tires, right? That's a possibility. He fell off and then got scared and ran away. But she challenged me that day that I pulled her, got Ellen and the baby and the dog away from, got in between them. And when they were away and I was done talking with June and I was walking away when Jack came out, then Lola was coming after me until I turned around and showed her my face every time. So I just wanted to let you know that, in case that changes the potential bite rating.
Thank you. We're going to jump online real quick. Sharon Zukowski.
I'll try to be quick. And I hope you'll consider this, and I think Ethan and Shannon asked a lot of good questions, so did Meg. What I'm hearing, I hope you consider the capacity of this owner to comprehend the seriousness of a vicious dog, because I'm not a neighbor, so I can say it. I'm not hearing it. She can't control the dog on a leash. She can't control the dog with her voice. The dog is chained, it seems like a lot, and that makes a dog more vicious. That's not, the dog doesn't have a good life either. Like, it doesn't get walked because the owner can't control it. I'm trying to think of the other thing. That's about it. I just think that it's sad that June can't give up this dog because the dog doesn't have a good life. And regardless of whether it only level 2 bit someone, we saw what happened with the other dog. It's tragic. And I'm just worried that the board is limited to what they can do. I know you're doing your best. And now it's up to June to control this dog. And the other issue is, it sounds like she might not have the financial ability to build a strong. Fences are expensive, very expensive. So, like, when is that fence going to be up? But thank you. Thanks for your consideration with all this.
The other hand in line that I see is Cheryl Van Epps.
Hi, this is Cheryl Van Epps. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Hi, I'm a First, I want to say my condolences to the Campbell family. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Secondly, I'm a mother who both my son was bitten by my own dog, and also I was jumped by a dog when I was protecting my own dog from it. That dog was 50, 60 pounds. And I would say it was bold. So it challenged me and my dog. Uh, and to fast forward to its future, it attacked its own household cat. Its own family cat killed it, and they had to put that dog down eventually. So yeah, look at the challenging of adults. And I was at the previous public hearing for the other dog, Jack's case. So I saw the size of the neighbor. He is a very large person, intimidating. And so again, that challenging, that's aggression, that's not fear. Okay, I want to make that clear. To go back to my dog who bit my son, um, she had only exhibited alpha dog behavior towards one other female dog. She loved the children at the park. She would sit there smiling as they petted her. I believe what happened was she felt she was displaced by my son as he entered our family, and she probably was jealous of how he took my time away from my time with her. Um, so that was the only, one single little growl was the only warning we had that she would bite him. And my pediatrician told me that was the first time, the second time will be worse. They had dealt with a child who had been mauled to death. And I have to tell you, I am thinking of that when prey is down mode that they go into. My dog got her hands onto her mouth onto a kitten that was in the shrubbery. I didn't see it, but I saw her shaking her head left and right like a rag doll. I had to pick her up by the scruff of her neck and her back to lift her up, and she dropped the cat, and the kitten ran off. But that prey is down mode cannot be stopped. And I'm thinking if that dog were to jump the neighbor's child, a small child, that would be another case of a mauling. So please see that as a red flag. There's a situation where it could be a vulnerable victim nearby. And I hope you take this seriously so to prevent something from happening there. Because when a dog is circling the bed of a truck with adults present, that is not out of fear. That is out of pursuit of prey. And that's my opinion. The one other question I had, I would like for you to ask the dog trainer who testified, is to please spell out, I had read that the muzzle is only, there's a number of issues with wearing a muzzle. The fit has to be proper, how they attach it to the dog's face, that they can sometimes get out of. I've watched dog groomers and how they talk about that. And then also I thought it was to be only temporarily used, not over a long period of time. I would ask that the board ask for more clarification of the conditions of wearing a muzzle. Thank you. I appreciate what you're all doing. It's very difficult, and I hope we can prevent any other tragedies from happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Seeing no one else in line, I saw that the police wanted to speak. Can you come forward and?
Excuse me. I'm Lieutenant Paul Coutois from the Essex Police. This is Detective Corporal Brett Williger. He did some of the background information on both animals, why he was out. Mainly it was with Jack, but he can tell you a lot what he talked with the neighbors and other incidents that were that involved Lola. So if you want to go ahead.
Good evening. So I was the investigating officer for the incident with Mr. Campbell and Jack. And as part of my investigation, I went out and I interviewed 7 of the neighbors around 179 Brigham Hill. Everyone that I talked to said they never had an issue with Jack, and they immediately transferred to talk about Lola and the incidents they had with Lola. Some of the things that were brought up, and I'll be brief, was Mr. Fayant said when he would turn his back, Lola would come towards him, and as soon as he turned around, I had another adult male tell me the same thing, said he'd never turn his back on that dog. Miss Campbell had mentioned taking the dog for a walk this past fall. I actually talked to the neighbor that was involved in that. His girlfriend was taking their dog for a walk on Brigham Hill Road. June was out walking both dogs, Lola and the other small dog. Lola lunged from across the road. They were across the street, and the neighbor said she actually pulled June to the ground. These were all sworn, recorded interviews. I have recordings of all the interviews. And began to attack the other dog and the woman that was walking the dog. A passerby in a car pulled over, scared Lola away long enough for this woman to run into the woods. So she actually retreated into the woods, called her boyfriend who lives on Brigham Hill. He came down. He had to grab a stick to kind of keep Lola at bay as Lola tried to attack him. And he actually, his exact words to me is that he told June, because the dog was attacking at him viciously, in his own words, that if the dog come near him again, he's going to kill the dog because it was so viciously trying to attack him. He said they finally were able to separate, and as June was walking away with the dog, he heard her say to Lola, "Well, that didn't work out well. We're not going to go for a walk like that again." That happened this past fall, so that was one of the incidents that did happen after the September incident with the Flemings. One of the other neighbors had said he lives across the street. He said the dog gets off of its leash in the front yard. Sometimes they just let it out the front yard. Sometimes they leash it and it's able to break free from the leash. He said he lives with his 83-year-old mother. He said he will not let his mother outside of the house without checking first to make sure the dog's outside because they are quite afraid of the dog. He said that dog has chased his nephew into the house, chased his cousin into his truck where he couldn't leave his truck, and chased a telephone repairman who actually just came running into his house to get away from Lola. He said at one point he had to grab one of the orange stakes that you use to mark your driveway for plow trucks in the winter. He had to grab one of those and swing it at Lola to keep her away from attacking him. He brought up the incident with the bike where Lola came out running. He said he described it as Lola had run right in between the two bike's tires, causing the bike to flip, and he was able to get out there and help that gentleman as well. I spoke to the next door neighbor who told me last year she and her husband were attempting to leave their house, and their front door is an all glass door. As they were about to open their door and Lola was on their porch, said she was barking so viciously she was spitting on the window. She described her as gnashing and gnarling her teeth, hair on the back of her neck standing up, and they couldn't even leave their house because she was right on their front porch at their glass door barking at them through their door. Spoke to a couple of the other neighbors. A lot of the things they told me were all pretty much the same, that she comes out, she attacks. If you approach her, she will kind of cower, but as soon as you turn her back, she kind of lunges towards you. Though nobody said she actually had actually bitten them, they were all in fear of the dog and said that she is not, that whatever they use, and I don't know, but whatever they're using in the front yard to leash her is not good enough. And the people that live around and have seen the fence had said it's not a barrier, it's more for visual or just for looks, but they said she can get over the fence, she can get under the fence, and she can get through the fence.
Thank you for that statement. Any questions for the officers from the board? Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. I did have a question. You said that this was in relation to when you were interviewing about Jack, and these were all kind of unprompted comments to you about Lola?
Yes, I started out asking if there was any incidents with Jack or any of the dogs there, and I was told we never had an issue with Jack. Jack actually moved into the house in November,
Okay.
of 2025, but nobody said they had any incidents with Jack. Mr. Fayon had mentioned seeing Jack at one point and said, "I'm done. I'm going inside."
Yeah.
But never had an actual encounter with Jack. But everybody went on to describe encounters they had with Lola.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that thorough account. I appreciate it. Are there any other hands online?
No.
Anyone else in the room that would like to make a comment or submit evidence? I see we have people from animal control. Do you want to add anything?
Hi, so my name is Joanne Nichols, and I'm with Essex Animal Control. It appears that it's really great to see a lot of other professionals here that are able to help sort out the next steps. My role has been to just make some recommendations about the fencing, which you have a copy of. But the recommendations that I've made are based on making sure that the barrier, whatever that fence barrier needs to be, is secure, as we talked about earlier. And then putting in, there's a product called Dig Defense, and it is a, I always describe it like if you kind of imagine like a pitchfork. So it's a long metal rod with a bunch of other rods that run this way. And then you pound it into the ground along the fence line, and it prevents dogs from digging out. In the recommendation, there's also, if the Dig Defense or a product like Dig Defense is not affordable, if the Dig Defense isn't affordable, you can use hardwire mesh, attaching that to the bottom of the fence, running it down to the ground, and then in an L shape away from the fence. So this is getting installed inside the fence, not on the outside of the fence perimeter, but on the inside. So it's attaching wire mesh to the fence, running it down to the ground, and then in an L shape away from the fence to prevent digging. You know, as far as recommendations of grade of wire, in my recommendations, it's just like, don't use chicken wire. You want to use a decent grade fencing wire mesh for that if the Dig Defense couldn't be used. And then a visual barrier. So as far as the fence height, I don't have a recommendation for that because that's going to depend on the dog. So whether it's if it's a type of chain link fence that's rather tall, to make a visual barrier, they make fence guards or fence like tarps, privacy fencing for the chain link fence, just to provide that visual barrier. Whether or not the dog is a climber, that could change the style of the fence as well. If it's able to climb, if a chain link is used and it's able to climb a chain link, then modifications will have to be made to that as well. So some of the recommendations from animal control is more about containment and installing those second barriers of gate systems for the fence, and the leashing requirements that you talked about earlier with the double
Harness.
yeah, the harness and the collar. So, but that's what I have for you.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Ms. Nichols? Ethan?
Just a quick question about the lay-in barrier for the L shape.
Yep.
So in my mind, I'm trying to picture it, but that would lay on top of the surface and just be kind of spiked in the ground somehow? Or would
Yeah,
it be a layer of soil atop?
It can be either way.
Okay.
Sometimes the ground is going to be a little too rocky.
Uneven.
Or you might have a lot of root systems if there's trees there. So you can lay it on top of the ground. That will work, and just using landscaping staples to hold it down.
Okay. And in your opinion, that would require daily inspection, weekly maintenance? I mean, the dog's gonna.
Yeah, with any,
I imagine even cattle, cattle wire is only, 16 gauge wire that's welded together, and then it comes in a roll. I mean, it's I've seen chickens over time spread the wire to get their heads through and eat my tomatoes. So I'm just hesitant to see how a dog would not tear that up in 10 minutes and be underneath it.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the wire that's used.
Okay.
The big recommendation is to not use chicken wire. Everybody always wants to use chicken wire because it's easy to manipulate and work with, but you want to use a heavy gauge.
Okay.
So.
Thanks.
Sure.
Kendall.
Have you had direct interactions with Lola?
I have not.
You have not, okay. Do you basically concur with the other professionals' recommendations as well?
With Emily?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Please also stick around for our deliberation session. We'd like your input. So.
Okay.
I appreciate your comments.
Sure.
And we have a hand on line, Emily.
Am I unmuted? Okay, great. I'm unmuted now. I just wanted to make sure it went on public record that the information that was provided by law enforcement just now during this meeting is not information that I had available while reviewing this case or making recommendations. And certainly in light of some of that information, some of my recommendations might change. So if that was information that I had ahead of time, I may have, worded things differently and certainly, I think given the extent of those interviews, there are maybe larger concerns than appeared on paper based on what was initially presented to me.
We hear you, and I appreciate that note. I will turn it back to the board. Seeing that there's no other hands up online, I don't see any other hands in the room. What would you like to do? We can close the hearing and do a private deliberative session. We can continue the hearing with a public deliberative session. We can adjourn and move on to something else and table this if we feel it's necessary. I'm just giving this for someone who's new to the board.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a motion. Ethan.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Last time we did this, we actually kept the public hearing open during the deliberative session if we chose to have it
I'd
public.
prefer to do it in public.
Perfect. Then I would say, I'd be looking for a motion to have a public deliberative session.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ethan. Second by Andy. All those in favor of keeping the hearing open and having a public deliberative session, say aye.
Aye.
Moving on to the next part. Let's start coming up with the recommendations and requirements that we're going to put into place here. Kendall, why don't you start us off?
I would just note that on the previous incident, we had very clear recommendations from the experts that turned out to be accurate. And I would urge the board to consider taking the exact recommendations from the experts we have in this hearing for consideration. That would be just my start.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just gonna say I'd like to maybe ask Emily, based on the additional testimony and more info, if she has any kind of additional recommendations for us.
Yeah, that's essential.
So I'd ask the staff if we could put up on the screen and share it like we did last time. We had, and actually take the recommendations, my recommendation based off of Kendall's take would be kind of take the recommendations we do have from the Essex Animal Control, and we can build from there.
Okay, sure. Give me just 1 second.
Yes, Ethan.
So one of my big strengths last time was about the installation of the fence and the timeline behind it, and I believe that our timeline was June 1st. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that sounds
Um,
accurate. We were waiting for the snow
It-
melted and
It was 90 days from February
90
2nd.
days from February.
Sorry,
2nd.
I can't.
I think I did June 1st. All right.
that's May.
Yeah. Well, that's 3 months, so you'd be June 1st. All right.
Well, you'd be May 1st, but yeah.
May 1st?
Yeah.
It's February 2nd. So all of February, all of March, all of April.
All of April, so May 1st.
Mhm.
Okay.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So that changes a little bit because I don't think that 24 days is adequate time. But I would change to get agreement by the board that if the fence wasn't in place by June 1st, I would recommend that Miss Campbell surrender the dog.
Well, it is my understanding that anything that is not in accordance with the standards we put in place tonight is adequate, enough for the dog to be taken. So,
And that's
yes.
how we had it set up before, was that if any of the requirements weren't met, then the dog would be surrendered to the town of Essex. So I would lean heavily on the board to agree that something has to be done within the next, I know we did 90 days before, but I believe that that was winter constraints. And then that opens the conversation to, can we complete this and take care of the dog, or shall the dog be rehomed or turned over to the town of Essex? And I think that we can put some blanket requirements on top of that for leashing and other things, but I think the main priority here is that the dog either has a safe space on, I don't have the address right in front of me.
179.
179 Brigham Hill, or the dog is put in a situation where it has a safe space. I don't believe that there's any other option besides that. On top of, we can add everything, but I think we should be very clear that this needs to happen immediately.
So I think that the fencing is a very good one. For starters, as the staff starts adding to that list, I think we can start with June 1st. If other board members want to move that timeline up,
Yeah.
open to it.
Can we work on removing things from this list instead of starting over?
So this is Joanne's list
Okay.
of recommendations. I also have the prior list of conditions. We can work from either.
Can we put them side by side? Sorry to be a total pain, but is that possible?
I will do my best to make it all readable.
I just want to make sure we don't miss anything that may have been on one.
No, I agree with that.
Or the other. Sometimes more is less is more.
Just for convenience, I'm going to remove the registration because that's not an issue here.
Right.
Okay.
Megan, you had asked for Emily to tune in. Do you want me to turn to her?
Yeah. I just like if she has any kind of added comments or additional recommendations based on what based on what you learned.
Okay, I hit too many buttons. I'm sorry about that. I'm not great at these remote things. So based on the additional information provided by law enforcement, I certainly think that the capacity to contain this dog is really in question. And I also think that the public safety risk appears to be higher than was initially presented. Again, I will say that this dog is showing what I would consider good bite inhibition in the level of damage that is being inflicted during these incidents. And I think that there is the potential that in the right environment and with the right tools, this dog could be somebody's successful pet. The question that I have is if this dog can be a successful pet for June Campbell in this environment. And again, I really think this dog needs to be evaluated by somebody who's qualified to determine the dog's, behavior concerns, give it an assessment, a prognosis, put a behavior plan into place, because we can contain the dog all day, but that's a really big Band-Aid on the issue, which is the dog's behavior. I think timeline stipulation in regard to fencing makes sense. I think a stipulation for having this dog evaluated within a much shorter window is reasonable. And I think that the professional who should go and evaluate this dog needs to submit some sort of formal evaluation and recommendations. And then somebody needs to follow up and ensure that those recommendations are happening. If this dog were to be relinquished or impounded by the town, the question then becomes who can take this dog and what does this dog's outlook become? I think that muzzling is certainly something that would be beneficial here, should the dog be outside of the fence or the home. Basket muzzles are muzzles that are used to prevent a dog from biting a person or other animal, but also allow the dog to pant freely, drink water, and even sometimes you can pop a treat in the muzzle depending on the type of muzzle, and they can be fit in a way that is secure. It does require conditioning the dog to accept wearing the muzzle, which is something that a trainer or behavior professional could help with. But I think looking really at the capacity of the owner to comply with both the fencing, an airlock for the front door, getting the dog, from the house to a vehicle, what does that even look like? And then the behavior evaluation, and the town may need to look at that behavior evaluation, the results of it, and make a determination that the dog is not safe to remain in the environment based on that evaluation. But I'm not totally clear on the town's capacity in regard to making the determination and what sort of follow through you can have in regard to consequences. So if it's found that the dog is not going to be successful in that environment and cannot be contained safely in that environment, the owner doesn't have the capacity to contain the animal or safely walk the animal, training can't be followed through. I don't know what consequences there are to that, but I think it's important that that step is taken, and it can probably be taken within 30 days.
I feel like this. And
You can move forward so you can hear them.
Yeah, sorry. I'd ask the board. It sounds to me like an evaluation is the more time-sensitive issue to then determine if we're even putting stipulations around fencing the dog. Like if a behavioral specialist determines that the dog's not safe to stay at this residence, I don't want to go down the path of having Miss Campbell spend a ton of money on putting a fence in her yard for a dog that she may not be able to keep, I suppose is a little bit of my hesitation with. I don't know how we do these things in order, I guess, is my question. But I think it's important to determine whether or not, based on an evaluation, the dog should just be removed immediately. Yeah.
Ethan?
I know that you weren't here last time, but I just wanted to point out on our old item 7 is item 6.
Yep.
Oh, no, it is 7. Did you move it?
I know, I'm sorry to make it hard, but I've been
So
deleting ones that are
okay.
duplicates on the left.
So basically, my point, what I'm trying to show,
Yeah.
and I don't know exactly where it went, but
That's okay.
we a lot of the stuff we mandated today's Monday, we mandated it by Friday.
Okay.
So one of the ones was that she had to contact 3. It was there.
Number 3.
Is it 3? Okay, it's moved up.
Ah,
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
So by Friday, in
Okay.
my mind, this time we would say by Friday.
Yep.
I would change the wording a little bit and say that she has to come to an agreement with a dog behavior specialist to set up an evaluation. shall that not be attainable, that would be a forfeiture in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because last time there was contact made, contact was told that they would not work with the dog, and that
Right.
message was not relayed to the select board. And by the time our next tier of requirements hit,
Mm-hmm.
a tragedy had
Right.
happened. So I would
There's
urge
rules around
the
enforcement, essentially.
5-day, actually 4-day deadline of response to the select board by this coming Friday, as we did previously for both of those manners. For the beware of dog signs be reinstalled on the property.
So before we move on to that, let's just get the date corrected in that one. You're saying by Friday, April 11th, is that correct?
Let me look on the calendar.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we
the
don't
10th.
move on to something
It's
before.
the 10th.
The 10th, okay.
So it's
So end of
everything
day.
would be April 10th instead of February 6th.
So just to make sure we're all on the same page, on the left were conditions associated with the prior.
Jack.
Yep.
So on the right are Joanne's. So
Right.
I'm building on that one.
Okay.
you might
So you're
see-
building the right.
I'm
So-
adding to the right.
Yep.
Anything I'm deleting on the left is already on the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we talk about the fence conversation first, because I feel like there's too many options for the fence, and I'm not comfortable with all of the options.
Well, let's get this training one set. And
Over
let's move on
first?
to the
Okay.
next.
If I may, just given Emily's experience as a trainer, it might be helpful to have her explain what would keep her safe in terms of what needs to be disclosed to her and who does that. So if she's willing to speak to that, it might be helpful in this section.
Emily, could you jump in?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
This is with regard to seeking a trainer for support and what information that trainer should be provided with and by whom.
Sure. I think that the things that I would want to know as a trainer going in would be any potential safety concern for me. So I think if the incidents that were described by the law enforcement officer, along with the 3 incidents that were initially provided to me, those things being disclosed to the person going to the property ahead of time is going to give them realistic expectations for how they should enter the property, what they can expect when they're working with the dog. I will say that not all trainers and behavior consultants are created equal. The phrase certified dog behaviorist has a lot of room for interpretation. The Canine Good Citizen program is definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. So I don't know that that's a reasonable thing to have in there. And I think that, if I were entering this property, I would be getting a pretty thorough questionnaire, liability waivers, all kinds of things going on ahead of time to keep myself safe, but not everybody might know how to do that. So at the very least, I guess, disclosure of the incidents that have been discussed in this meeting tonight would be to the benefit of any professional going up to the property.
Emily, just to clarify a little bit, but 3 says that the original 3 for Jack was to consult, and then that the dog must complete the program, but there was no deadline. The deadline was simply on the outreach, and my concern on that is not to make not to make the training immediate, but to make sure that a trainer is under agreement to train the dog within a reasonable amount of time. And if the local trainers cannot safely train the dog, we cannot safely keep the dog in Essex.
I would agree with that. If there's no local trainer or behavior consultant that is willing to take the case, then certainly I think that speaks to the safety of the dog in the community. I will say that this is a case that like someone with my level of credentialing and experience should and could take on. This is not something that I would say no to. And I can recommend a variety of folks that would probably take on a case like this. I think a time frame of like getting in touch with someone within, this period makes a lot of sense. Maybe once getting that initial contact has happened, proof of some sort of contract in place for in-person consultation. So I provide people with contracts that they have to sign in order to start working with me. I'm sure many other professionals do as well, or maybe even an email with a letterhead just saying like, yes, I have been contracted to do an in-person consultation and evaluation for the dog at this property, and that can be provided to the select board. I think that would be a good place to start.
Just to add to that a tiny bit, if we keep the mandate to make outreach by Friday, what would you recommend for a timeline to establish an agreement to train the dog? 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Behavioral
To
evaluation
the,
and come to an agreement with a trainer?
yeah, I think I could have, I think it would be very reasonable for a contract to be made for a evaluation within that 2 week period. There aren't, there's certainly time constraints. Sometimes they're difficult. I would have a hard time finding somewhere to put a brand new client for a dangerous dog evaluation in a 2 week window into my schedule. So the actual physical contact between the trainer and the dog might be, longer than a 2 week window, but I think a contract in place and an appointment scheduled within a month window, like the contract being in place within that shorter window, and then the evaluation being done within a month, I think is reasonable.
Thank you very much for that recommendation.
Absolutely.
Could we move that one onto the
I was
list?
gonna say, should I attempt?
Yeah,
thing?
7 days contact, 30 days.
4 days contact.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Friday contact.
Yes.
The 10th.
Yep.
4/10. And then I would, I know, Emily, that you're muted again, but you would recommend keeping the standards of the Canine Good Citizen program, or would you recommend something else in its form?
I don't think the Canine Good Citizen program is actually appropriate here, because that's going to require group classes and a group test where we're putting the dog into a confined space with other dogs and people that potentially put them at in harm's way, and also set the dog up kind of to fail. I don't think this dog would be ready to go into a classroom environment right now. But I think that completing the prescribed training package based on the behavior evaluation to include basket muzzle training for that dog would be more where I would lean. Every trainer is going to have sort of a different prognosis, and that prognosis should include timeline. If I'm going to go sit down and meet with a client and we go over their training goals and needs, I should be able to say within this 2-month package, in which you'll see me for 4 in-person sessions and 2 15-minute phone calls to follow up between appointments, these are the goals I think we would hit. So I think that at the trainer's discretion, saying completion of a training package that includes those sort of standards of, we're going to meet this many times in this time period, and we are going to meet these training goals in that training package. Completion of that would be really what I would lean toward, versus a standardized test that isn't going to actually promote community safety in the way we need it to.
So help me put this a little bit shorter, but the select board should recommend that the owner comply with the trainer's prescribed training following the behavioral evaluation?
Yeah. The behavior person who evaluates the dog and creates the plan is going to give you the best timeline for meeting the goals for getting this dog safe to stay in the home. And that may be something that happens in a month window, that may be something that happens in 2 or 3 month windows, but they should be able to give you very specific, like, here is my plan, here's how long it will take, here's how many meetings will be involved, here's the cost to the owner for this plan. I will say that cost is likely to be prohibitive, or is potentially going to be prohibitive when it comes to completing this type of thing. And so just like with the fencing and whether or not those resources are there, that may become an issue. But I do think that working with a private trainer is really the only thing that makes sense for this type of case.
The training program itself, in your experience, it's both training the dog and the owner so that they can control the dog. This isn't going to be a magic wand that happens. I know there are private lessons where you can board a dog and have them train and they come back significantly improved, but it still involves a lot of responsibility on the owner, correct?
Yes. Absolutely. That's without a doubt. If we're not changing the person and their behavior, we're definitely not going to change the dog's behavior. So client compliance is the number one thing that's going to cause a training plan to fail.
That you run, is there a completion certificate you give or don't give based on what you deem appropriate at the end of a training program?
I don't give certificates generally for the type of work that I do. In a case where a training program is mandated by the town, I think it would be appropriate for that trainer to say, I have worked with this client and this dog, this many sessions on these dates, and they have completed our training goals in that program. That's the type of thing where I'd be happy to write a letter for a client had they completed a program with me like that. I don't think that's unreasonable to ask for.
I guess, are we also asking this behavioral specialist to make an evaluation up front, whether or not, based on an initial evaluation with the dog, whether or not it's, and being in the home, it's a safe place for the dog to remain? Is that something that you would do?
Frankly, that's definitely something that I would do. I can't speak for every other dog trainer in the state, but given the circumstances, I think it's appropriate that all of this information that we're talking about tonight be disclosed to that trainer. And then that trainer can say, wow, part of my evaluation here is going in on, behalf of the town and saying this is either safe and sustainable or can be made safe and sustainable in a reasonable time frame, or it's absolutely not. And I would feel very comfortable making that initial judgment call based on a full behavior consultation, which I spend 2 hours at a person's home during my consultation. So I'm spending a lot of time in the environment with the family and with the dog.
Mike, just as a follow-up, is that something you want to add as the stipulation?
I'd like to. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure this is perfect here, so.
that's okay. Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Essentially making an evaluation that, I feel like this is a dog that can benefit from doing a training with me, and, me giving you a recommendation at the end, whether or not they've successfully completed a training. But I think at first, whether or not I feel like this is a dog that can safely stay in the home in the first place and would benefit from a training plan.
Ethan?
Yeah.
Just so I know we don't have numbers on the other side, but on what she's typing on right now,
Yeah.
if you went down to consider, would it be appropriate to say the viability of the dog to remain in the home or prescribed training methods? So that way it's added on to, if you read that paragraph, it says, April 20th, owner should
Right.
contact The contract shall include evaluation of the animal, habitat suitability.
Yeah.
Any recommendations the trainer would ask the select board to consider. And then I would say ownership viability, which is, you know, the ability of the owner
Right.
to maintain all of the things that the trainer thinks. And or I'm sorry, I missed a couple words. Written. So the trainer would write a written letter to the select board saying, this person shall be able to maintain and own this dog, and here is the prescribed training method, or just a simple, I do not believe this owner.
That's kind of what I'm looking for.
So I think what I was thinking for a sentence would be that it would be owner capability and recommendations the trainer would ask the select board. I don't think consider. I think it's mandate of the select. You know, this is the only. From a qualified trainer, this is the only way the dog can remain in this home, or the dog can't remain in this home. I don't think the select board considering. I mean, we are saying that she needs to contact a behavioral specialist and comply with the professional's recommendation, and that would be the end of it on our. You know, we're mandating it through this, and then if she can't comply with what the trainer had prescribed, that would be a forfeiture at the end, just like on the other one.
Andy.
We have 10 more business items. Should we schedule a special meeting to work through the wording of this rather than continuing on this evening? I'm concerned that we're holding up a lot of people for other topics. And
is there, I mean, this is the board's decision. You know, I recognize that this is a timely public safety item, and, you know, we were able to get through it in 2 hours and 2.5 hours last time. You know, I think if we can get this done by 9, I'd say we can.
I'm going to suggest that we hold dog hearings as special meetings in the future and not tie up at a. I'm just going to suggest that. I'm only one vote.
No, that's a valid point. I mean, they definitely. We do
I'm
them
getting
very
concerned that we're.
Kendall, do you want to add to this?
I was just going to suggest that do we have the option to suspend the hearing? Because really, there's no sense in going down a long list of requirements if the trainer goes and says the dog can't stay. That's your first step.
Right.
You know.
Greg, can you speak to that? Is that something that's been done before, or is that an option?
I think you can enter into deliberative session. I think you could probably, I'm going off the cuff here a little bit, recess and continue the meeting. I think you could impose a condition tonight to have the communication with the behaviorist by Friday, and then we can look to schedule something beyond that. But I think if that's what you want to start with, and I think you're able to make that motion and then continue the deliberations at a future date too.
Can I make a comment? So, you know, I'm looking at the agenda. The only other item is there's some, you know, there's a couple small policies for us to look at, but there's an item for liquor license approvals, and then Tier 1B that the select board's already voted no to. So I would recommend that the select board establish a clear and safe plan for this dog before it moves on.
I appreciate that. I think, you know, until there's a motion to do anything, I think we'll move forward with this item. I do recognize the time, and I personally appreciate the detail that we go through on these things. We have the experts in the room. I think at the bare minimum, we should try to get at least, you know, the essential items on there of let's get a trainer in place. Let's get, you know, leashing if the dog is to be, you know, until that fence or a barricade can be put in place. And we could do what Greg just detailed out of, you know, starting with that and coming back to it, which might be a good course of action to take. Kendall, I saw your hand.
Yeah, well, I would just make the motion that we have the behavior specialist evaluate the dog by Friday and get back to the board and suspend the hearing until we have the information from the professional recommending where we go from here. The dog, I only make that because the dog has not had any incidents for quite a period of time. It's leashed constantly, and it doesn't come to the level of immediate public safety risk. So,
Hearing the motion, is there a second?
Second that.
Discussion.
Yes, there's discussion.
I think it's highly inappropriate not to have any constraints about how the dog is brought outside, how the dog is taken off the property, how the dog shall be leashed, how the dog shall be contained, shall somebody else from public good approach the property. I mean, those are all very simple steps that are laid out in the plan that we went through before. A simple yes or no on some items could put a simple 8 to 10 restrictions, and we can figure out the whole dog specialist, behavioral specialist, and training plan after. But there needs to be some immediate protections put in place besides go see a specialist. I mean, the dog's been at the property for 4 years and it's never been registered. So I don't have faith in any follow-up outside of directives given a deadline by the select board. Just comment before the vote.
Are there specific amendments you want to quickly add onto that list before we vote on the motion?
Yeah, there's
that they can accept or not?
They're all right there. I mean, just change the dates and put the same restrictions from Jack's on to the new dog until the behavioral specialist is met, and then we can reconvene at a new meeting. But I would do nothing less than all the restrictions we put on the other dog, because you would feel awful if something happened in the meantime and the only restriction you put on is to see a specialist. I know I would.
Kendall, do you accept that that friendly amendment to add the restrictions with the updated dates to comply with the timeline that was originally imposed for today?
Yeah,
Accept
I would
that.
agree to that. The only thing is that just not to have her go and do a whole bunch of stuff before we know if the dog can stay or not. So that's my only intent.
Okay. Any further discussion on putting the previously noted criteria in place, changing the dates to comply with today's dates, and go from there, with a caveat or an asterisk at the bottom saying, we will be having follow-up. We don't want you to spend money on a fence or something like that until we go into those details. Obviously, the first step, and with the owner sitting here in this room, I'm sure she's hearing it loud and clear that this is very important to us. We want to make sure it's done right, both to not make her spend unnecessary money, but also to protect the community.
Yeah.
With that, I'm going to call it to a vote.
Just
Does staff understand the direction we're going?
Point of clarification.
I don't understand it.
Point of clarification, we're still in a public hearing, so we'd have to close the public hearing before we made a motion to take action.
Is that correct?
I do not have my Robert's rules memorized.
It's not the Robert's rules. Once the hearing is closed, the select board needs to issue their order.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you could reopen it as well.
Sure.
But if you're not sure, you can recess, as Greg mentioned. I saw Emily's hand up, so it might be worth asking her. I don't know if you were saying her meet with the owner or a trainer, but might just be worth clarifying what you're meaning there. The other question I have for you is whether I should take the language that I've drafted on the right side regarding specifics around contact and timing and place it on the other conditions. If you're following me.
Yes, that's what we were talking about.
Yes, I'm
correct. Let's turn it to Emily real quick. Just Emily, do you have a comment to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, is the town specifying who or a list of who should be going and evaluating this dog and making this judgment? Because there is no regulation in dog training, and literally anybody can roll out of bed one day and say, hey, I'm a dog trainer, and then go start seeing clients. And there's literally no regulations in place to stop that. So if the town wants to have a fair and accurate behavior evaluation done of a dog, I think it's really important that they utilize somebody who actually does have a certain level of credentials and experience. And I'm not saying I'm the only person available to do that, because I'm certainly not. But I do think that it is important that the person that is making this call, when there's so much at stake for the dog and for the family and for public safety, that person be somebody who is up for the job.
Is the language that's used in bullet point number 3 on the left, certified dog behaviorist, adequate?
Frankly, there's a lot of different types of certified dog behaviorists. So it's, I think having some sort of certification is a really good place to start. But I think having somebody who actually is credentialed to work with aggressive animals, it would be important here.
Call to question. I think that we need to first close the hearing before we can take action as the select board, and then we can talk about how we're going to deal with this at another point. So,
Sounds good.
that's how we need to proceed.
So I
If we're
withdraw the
closing.
motion. Do I need to withdraw the motion? I can.
If you could withdraw the motion.
Motion is withdrawn.
Thank you. So we can either proceed with wordsmithing and try to get this into a place, recognizing that we are, getting close to the 9 o'clock hour, or we can just close the hearing and recess to work on this further. Andy.
So I thought I understood that what we would approve is what's on the left side now. It would have all the restrictions, same restrictions we had imposed on Jack, imposed on Lola with the modified discussion about contact and setting up a behavior. I totally agree with that.
Great. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Okay, I just...
No, I appreciate the clarification.
I just wanted to make sure that's what we were talking about.
Yes.
Because earlier when you wanted to call, when we were calling for a vote, I didn't understand what we were... Now I
Understood.
Thank you. Although we haven't yet.
Karen.
I'm just asking for clarification about 7 and 8. I do not know whether those were completed.
I know that they were
7.
completed, but the dog signs, I live on that road as well. I've seen some of the signs being removed, so I think that we should, again, impose them and require them to be put back up. I also have seen that the box is still out front, but there is no sign to direct people to put stuff in the box, so I think that similar language directing them to have that is needed. And I just think the date would be changed to this Friday.
Yeah. I'd say just label mail packages on the box.
They had a sign there, similar
Okay.
deliveries or something like that.
In the meantime, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
There's a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Andy has seconded it. All those in favor of closing the hearing, say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Board, I turn to you. Once we have this words edited, we can go through it. I just want to make sure that we have the dates correct and no blatant errors, but I think that we have talked about what we want. I will look for a motion once people have read it, and we can move on. Greg.
I'll make this larger just so everyone can see. Let's see, is there a way to? But there is limited language on this version about the fence. So Joanne's recommendation included things like a visual barrier. It talked about height. It talked about some other
The
components.
dig safe, or whatever it was called.
Mm-hmm. The
Dig defense.
So I can carry those over. Ethan, you mentioned concerns, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think we should just make generic wording that we take the recommendation from whoever evaluates the dog. Because there's going to be an evaluation, then there's 5 different sections of fence, and somebody may say that the lay down section of fence isn't appropriate for this dog because this dog is a digger, this dog is a more active dog that is going to persistently attack at the fence, and shall the dog be left out there for an hour, it'll get under the fence. Or vice versa. There may be. I'm not the professional in that, so I would recommend that the person who evaluates the dog is going to have a clear set of standards for containment.
Okay, so I've added specific fence recommendations to their charge.
Perfect.
Scope of work, and then I'm going to delete this section about 90 days.
Just remove that
Okay.
for now, and we can.
Good.
I understand that we have to close the hearing, make a ruling, and then we can reopen.
We can reopen this at a
hearing
later date.
And continue to work on it once we have.
Once we have
more
the
information.
recommendations from the certified trainer. Greg.
For the certified trainer, would you like to condition that it be chosen from a list provided by the town? given Emily's comments that not all trainers are created equal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing nodding heads.
Yeah.
See 3 nodding heads. So
Have the town come up with 3 recommendations?
I don't even think we need to put a number with it, but
Okay,
I think just a list provided by the town.
Okay. Perfect. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve this list of recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Andy. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving this list of requirements, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to business item 7B. This is the approval of liquor licenses for the town of Essex.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you for coming. Staff, could you, this memo is, I'm not sure who exactly it's from, but could you just run us through it real quick?
Sure. The memo is from the clerk's office, and then the police always do their review of applicants for liquor licenses. All but one of the applications on the list is a renewal. It's been vetted by the clerk's office, vetted by the police department. There is one new liquor license, that is for 520 Barbecue. It's a new establishment in town, and I believe the owner's here. Yep. So happy to take any questions, and typically when there's a new business, we give them an opportunity to say a little bit about themselves, and then they get to hear the usual admonition.
Great. Why don't we welcome the new business forward? You can tell us about your business, and then we'll move on to board questions.
Everybody, here's Matthew Desitella.
Just switch to the mic so they can hear you on TV. Just sit at the table. Yep.
First time here.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so started this business last year with a concession trailer. Went pretty well, so I decided to look for a spot to open a restaurant. Found Little Caesars was, I guess, left, and talked to Parmerlo, got the spot, and opened up last month, and it's been going pretty well. It's a few seats, can only have 25 seats based on the plumbing. So it's mostly takeout right now. People do come in to sit down, eat dinner and lunch. And it's just Southern barbecue. I've had some pretty good reviews so far. I learned some lessons and growing pains. So I just figured apply for a liquor license. I think some people that have come in have asked. Not eventually maybe have a small little bar, but for now it's just come in for dinner, have a beer if you want, kind of option. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Wonderful. Welcome to Essex. Glad you're
Thank
here.
you. Well, I've been here for...
You had the trailer, you said.
Yeah. Well, I've lived here now for 6 years.
Oh, great.
Or more, it's actually about 10 years. I had an apartment and bought a house here 6 years ago. So, yeah.
Any questions or comments from the board? Andy.
So I saw this.
Did you come?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
I was there. Yeah.
Was it okay?
It was excellent.
Good.
It was excellent. That's what I was going to
You can
say.
tell me if it wasn't.
I saw that you were in the agenda here, and I said, "Oh, my wife and I were trying to figure out what to do for dinner," and I said, "Hey, let's try out the new barbecue place." So everything was excellent.
Good.
Welcome. And so, what are your hours?
Still working on that. Right now, I'm gonna go with just so it's a lot of work. Doing because I have to spend a lot of time with the meat, smoking it, getting it ready. So I found that it's very taxing to stay open all day. I can only do about 4 days a week doing it that way. So I've decided, I talked with Jen, the Hoagie's owner. She's kept pushing me to just do dinner for now, to like get my footing and, can maybe hire a couple more people to work. And so I'm going to go 5 days a week now for dinner from Thursday to Monday.
Okay.
Might evaluate that after Mondays. I'm starting to see why nobody's open on Mondays. So doing just dinner for now, I think I can be open longer, and it's less taxing on the body and get a little more sleep.
Well, my sister's visiting on Monday. We'll be over.
Good.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Great.
Oh, the other thing is we also have, there's also the possibility of an outdoor consumption permit included.
For seating outside?
Are you considering that at all?
Actually, I've thought about, I haven't asked Pomerleau yet if they're okay, because I was going to talk to them, but if that's an option, I would
come back for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot of room there, but I
Right.
can fit a couple tables outside.
Okay.
But yeah, I can come back, and I've spent a lot of time here. I think some of the people that work here kind of got sick of me for a little bit, going through the permit process, but yeah, I'm gonna look into that. So.
All right. Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Am I good or?
We're still not including the Yeah. reading in here.
Come again?
Yeah.
Oh, I got the admission right here.
Oh, okay.
So when we
So
get,
you have a
if
printed
he gets it approved, we'll give it to him. But not if he doesn't.
No, don't we read it?
I thought we read it after.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if you. I was
Andy.
I make the motion that the Select Board approve the liquor license applications for businesses located in the town of Essex listed in the March 30th, 2026 memorandum regarding liquor license applications.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ethan seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Stay right there. If you could read the bottom paragraph.
Liquor license ammunition. The Select Board takes the issuance of liquor license very seriously, as should the area establishments that sell alcohol. We expect you not to serve minors, nor anyone who is obviously inebriated. We thank you for doing businesses in Essex and wish you a successful year.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you.
See you. Stop by sometime. Say hi. If I'm not too busy. All right.
That's for the Select Board special.
I can only do a 10% discount right now.
No, not asking for any favors. No.
Moving on to the next business item. 7C, the active transportation plan. Thank you, Mike. Oh, good.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, my name's Kent Johnson. I'm the town planner, and I'm here tonight to talk about the active transportation plan that we've been working on and are shooting for adoption tonight. In the 2024 town plan, one of the action items from that plan was to create an update to the bike and ped plan, which we're calling the active transportation plan. The previous plan was a joint effort between Essex Junction and the town of Essex. So this plan is focusing just on the town. We started the process in September of 2024, and now we've finished it and are ready for adoption. The plan provides recommendations for next steps and possible future projects for the town's consideration, but at this point does not commit the town to any specific actions or expenses. So I'd like to introduce a couple people here with me tonight, and we'll have a short presentation for you. Lucy Gibson from Tool Design is the consultant who put together the plan for us, and Brian Davis from the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission is here and has been working on the plan as well. So we have a brief presentation here, and then we can take some questions if you have any afterwards.
Thanks. So I'll go through these slides pretty quickly. I know you've had a long evening, and I really am impressed by how the board has addressed what you've had to talk about tonight. So, as Kent said, this is an update of a plan that was done about a little over 10 years ago. I actually worked on that in my prior firm. It was guided by an advisory committee that included a lot of local representatives from different committees and then regional and state representatives as well. And we coordinated the project with the Keystone Trail Connectivity Project, which you heard about last December, and that allowed us to have the advisory committee understand both plans and then really coordinate them, their development. If you go on to the next slide. So going back in time, just to refresh people's memories or introduce them, in 1993, Essex did its first, what they called alternative transportation plan. And I actually worked on that way back in the day as well, at even a different firm prior to that. But it has a set of recommendations and really got Essex started on the path towards the network that you've built so far. You know, you really have a lot of nice shared use paths that connect to a lot of people, really appreciate them, is something we heard. And, you know, we're again updating. And so every 10 years or so, it's good to see what you've built and look forward. And that's really what this plan is about.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a lot to build on. A lot of planning work's been done at the local and state and regional level, and we really took those all into account as we, you know, looked at today's conditions and sort of refreshed the plan. And there's lots of information in the document. We had a good engagement process. Again, we coordinated with Keystone. We had workshops. We were at the town fair, and we did a survey that gave us a lot of insight from people from the community of what they wanted to see. And this is one question, just for example, of if you had a more complete active transportation, what would you do with it? And recreation is the top, but a lot of people also really interested in doing errands and chores and school and work and other types of trips on active transportation. And I think the next two are a little more about the survey. Again, why do people currently walk and bike? Exercise was number one, but doing some of the other types of trips were definitely in total even more than for exercise. And then we want to understand barriers that prevent people from doing it more, and the limited infrastructure was really the top concern, and then a feeling of safety. So these were things that helped us guide. One of the really helpful things in the plan was to ask people where they would like to walk and bike more and see more infrastructure. And this gives us a really good map. This is called a heat map, where the more points you have, the redder the color. And there's a really good commonality of where people want to see more infrastructure with other data we have of where people are making short trips and obviously where the destinations are. But this helps us really prioritize where should improvements be made. Go to the next slide. And then we have goals and ways to measure progress over time, which includes connecting destinations, addressing infrastructure gaps and safety, and a lot more about it in the plan, but it's really pretty intentional about the kinds of outcomes that the town could see with moving forward in the plan. So there's a couple maps, and I know these are probably hard to read, and they're have close-ups, but of basically existing and then the future network shown in dashed lines. And we, again, connected it with the trail network and to make sure that they're kind of seamless connections. And then it's also broke down into sort of manageable sized projects that could be tackled over time. And that's what all the little codes are. And then this is and again, that's a lot of infrastructure that over the time would really form a complete network. We looked at what we call the priority network, which are what are the pieces within those reddish areas that people identified. You know, these are the most places I would most like to walk and bike, and really where there'd be most benefit for connecting those places. So that's what we call the priority network. We've done very rough, very high-level planning estimates for just understanding what the cost of the infrastructure, and you know, construction is getting more expensive. It's certainly not inexpensive, but you know, it gives you a sense of the order of magnitude of these projects compared to what the town has to spend on all the other infrastructure. And so the likely town share based on current funding and policies would be roughly $5 million. So that obviously is something that would happen over many years. Those rows that are shaded are some of the projects that might be suggested to start first, but certainly the idea of having a plan is that for any of the parts of the network, if there's a developer doing a project, if the town is doing a project, things can get done in the order of opportunity as well, and where somebody might be able to help foot the bill, because I'm sure you're concerned, and all of us in this business, that it does cost money, but there's a great benefit at the end. So I think in the next slide, one of the things we did hear a lot about, and have some steps to take forward, was maybe rethinking the 289 corridor as a potential place for active transportation infrastructure. It is a wide right-of-way, and it does really connect the two parts of Essex, Susie Wilson, to the kind of main core of where most of your destinations are. And also, we heard a lot about the need to try to connect across 289 because of kids going to school, can almost see their school, but have no easy path to get there. And we had some coordination with VTrans that was helpful, and we'd recommend incorporating this, first of all, on the townwide transportation plan. This might be a good topic to think about. Does 289 have to be a 55-mile-an-hour road, or is there some other type of way it could operate that would make the idea of crossing it less or more feasible? Or if it has to stay at high speed, investigating bridges, underpasses, and other options, which are not easily done, but really there's a compelling interest that we heard from the community, and you can really see on the map when you look at the connections that are made. So something to start with. VTrans was interested in having a conversation. So next step is, planning on starting to build. There's like the big projects that can be funded with grants. There's a lot of small things that the town could do, having the plan, having a map in the course of their activities, whether it's a utility project or a developer project. Another big step is to align the town development practices, because there's not always a real clear pathway for a developer to be required by the Planning Commission to build some active transportation infrastructure in the way they might build a turning lane or other, roadway transportation. So that's something that could really be clarified with some revisions to the town development codes. And then make sure VTrans does work, all the time on Route 15. They're not always as proactive as they might be on asking you if you want bike lanes, but with the town, you can bring that to VTrans when they're doing work and have them help build it. And the people from VTrans that were on our committee seemed to think this was going to be really helpful for them, and those kind of conversations to have the plan. So that is it. Just to consider the benefits, they're numerous, and I'm sure you all know them because of what you already have here, but health, affordability in transportation, with gas prices going up, that becomes even higher, equity, choices of transportation, and economic development. We did get input from people thinking that Essex will benefit a lot just from more people visiting with the trails you have, and the more they can be connected. And then I think that's it. I had a few photos just for inspiration. That's a walk to school day in Heinsberg that Chittenden County planned recently, but it's the interest of especially young people in being active is strong, and there's a lot of great opportunities. And then the Main Street sidewalk that I know congratulations on the grant you got, is going to be a wonderful thing, and that was really the first connection that, highest priority on our for action, and it's great to see it moving forward. So happy to answer any questions. I think you have a copy of the plan. It's not short, but it'll be a resource.
It's very thorough. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming tonight and bearing with us. Questions or comments from the board?
I appreciate the thoroughness of the plan. It was really nice to see. So thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, when we do our next strategic planning session, one of the things that I definitely will highlight is to make sure that we put some of the things here on that list. I hate to see a great plan like this just sit on the shelf, so I'd like to make sure we are active with our active transportation plan.
Well said. You're good at bringing documents and citing things. I remember last year with your town plan, and it was section 14, part A. I look forward to that because this is very useful, very detailed.
I was just gonna add that I really like the little sections of like Chapin and and out on 128 where you have those active people that walk every day, and there's not a lot of them, but they responded to the survey and made it red. And I was kind of giggling to myself. I was like, I see them all the time walking out there, and they do. So I was like, it's not a, like our road up on, the dirt road there's tons of active people, but it's like, to something like this, nobody's going to sign up and say, we need a sidewalk because they feel safe. And well, some people feel safe. Some people like to drive really fast on our road, but I think it's important to see, an accurate representation of where people are using the networks, and then looking at, as you did, the next steps of, okay, this area is less risk and, higher speeds, more traffic counts, where were our 12 accidents, where can we limit. I'm really hopeful for the goal of 0 on the accident standpoint, but I think, moderation of targeting, even though it looked like 2 of the situations where a large majority of the accidents had come from our larger scale projects per se in terms of funding, but I think there's a couple small things that we could knock off on as the town, specifically short sections of sidewalk that are under 200,000. There was a couple in there, but then hoping that the state and the federal government do something with transportation in the next 5 years that allows us to fund some of these longer mission goals. So I guess my question would be, have you heard of any positive news from VTrans on their transportation funding, or are we kind of just hoping that they figure it out?
I'll turn that over to Brian. He maybe have a little more of the finger on the pulse of funding.
Yep. Thanks. Appreciate your comments and your thoughts. Nothing significant to report at this time. I know that there are 2 main programs that fund these types of projects. The bike and ped program and the transportation alternatives program are very, very popular. I don't believe they're going to take any funds away from those.
Okay.
To reallocate those in different ways. Some of them they have to spend in a certain way. But the demand is there from not just Essex, but from communities across the state. And what we're starting to look at more closely is what are the bigger pots of federal funding that are available. Again, we're not sure what's going to happen with those, but when you see price tags of $5 million, and you have to start looking at that level. And the Regional Planning Commission is available as a resource to help write some of those grants, to help manage post-award. So just keep that in mind when as you look at this and start to prioritize what's next.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
I'll just add in, I really enjoyed being part of this, as well as the whole coalition you had. It was wonderful to see people from all sorts of, involvement in bike, ped, active transportation plans come together and work together. It was, obviously a very fun activity, and the product speaks for itself. The thoroughness of that is really excellent. And I spent too long, prepping for this meeting, looking at the maps, because I get very excited about the detail you put into them, and the, whether it's the 8-year or the 10-year, 12-year plan down the road. It's really exciting what can be. So thank you, and I hope we can get there, and we will chip away at what we can do. I'd like to open it up for public comment, unless there's other board comments. Then we'll go to the members of the public. Yes, Mr. Post, we're out of chair. Maybe we'll drag one up and join them at the table.
Here, I sit right here.
Just state your name. I know your name, but
Just a little trivia about 289. Its original design was intended to have bike paths and walking paths, and the money was appropriated in the Senate, U.S. Senate, in 1982, $50 million to demonstrate how quickly you could build a highway with state, federal, and local cooperation, and didn't go that way. And it wasn't environmental groups that held it up, but they started sacrificing these plans for the bike path almost immediately after the money was appropriated by Congress, because they ran into trouble with delays. And some of that was here in Essex with a particular developer who was holding it up because he thought it was going to decrease the value of the neighborhood he was trying to build beside it. So if you ever build bike paths on 289 here, you're going back to the future. So there you go.
can you just state your name real quick? Just state your name.
Oh, Bruce Post.
Thank you. Any comments online? Any other comments in the room? I'll turn it back to the board. Ethan,
I move the select board adopt the active transportation plan.
is there a second?
I'll second that.
Andy, second by Anthony. Any further deliberation or discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Kendall, one opposed. Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for coming. Moving on to business item 7D. Consider approval of resolution to opt into revised Tier 1B land use locations. Welcome. Thank you for joining us and thank you for sticking around.
Yes, thanks for having us back. So I say back because this item, a little different version, was before you all over the summer of last year. And as just a quick reminder, don't need to go into tons of detail, but Tier 1B status is what we're here for. And that's part of Act 181, the Act 250 Land Use Review Act. And so one of the, a new way at looking at review of projects in Act 181 is to have different areas of town with different levels of review by Act 250. So Tier 1 is one of those areas, and it's an area that would be more developed, really within a sewer core or at least served by public water and sewer, or could be private. But it is where the town, any town, really would want to say, this is where we want to see growth. And there's an option for towns to opt into Tier 1B, as opposed, there's also a Tier 1A, which is not what we're here for tonight. But Tier 1B allows for lots that are 10 acres or less with 50 units of residential development or less to be exempt from Act 250 review. If there is a lot that's bigger than 10 acres, would not qualify. More than 50 units would also not qualify. So the Planning Commission has spent some time thinking through the areas that they feel like would be good for Essex to be able to opt into this Tier 1B. And I can pull that up if you'd like. It seems like a good idea for everyone to see what I'm talking about. If I'm able. Okay, I think I.
While you do that, Ethan,
Yeah, I just have a question for the chair and staff. But wouldn't the select board have to make a motion to reconsider before we entertain any new information on this subject?
No, Catherine will probably get into this when she shows you the map. It's a revised, excuse me, it's a revised proposal from what you had seen in the past. So it's different. It's not the same. It's not exactly the same issue.
Okay, in a previous precedent, we had an issue come to the select board. The person who was presenting the issue offered to make had new changed information, and there had to be a vote to reconsider before the person was allowed to speak in the Von Gaal situation. So I'm just curious how this is different. It's a business item that the select board voted on. I believe that it falls under the same guidelines.
My understanding of the situation is that this is a new, different proposal. We have not.
It's the same
heard
same subject.
Different proposal. We've not heard a new proposal from Mr. Von Gaal.
He was denied to speak because there was a reconsider vote proposed by a select board member, and that's the way that the meeting was run. So I'm just curious why this meeting isn't taking a vote to see if there's even interest in reconsidering the select board's initial vote, which was no.
We're past, by Robert's rules, we're past the reconsideration timeline.
Yeah.
And so that's why there's no reconsideration vote, and because this is a different proposal from what you had voted on in the past. That's
So
why
you-
it's before.
Reconsideration.
So
has been
anybody
re-
can just keep bringing things back to the select board then?
If they are different proposals from what has been brought up in the past.
I'll let people know that.
Yeah.
All they have to do
We
is
can-
change a little information and then they can bring it back to the board. Noted.
Do we have it on the screen?
Okay, so getting to the point of how this is revised, I have two different maps for two different parts of town. So this is the Essex Town Center area, and where you see the red check marks, those are the areas that were asked about before or were recommended before. But then in the middle, in the neighborhood commercial area, you see there's a yellow X essentially through that area. So the Planning Commission discussed amending the proposal and felt like that area, it's a pretty congested area of Route 15, and felt like it would be reasonable to remove that from the request. So that is the difference. And then the other area of town where the request remains the same. So we have, this is the Essex West, Susie Wilson Road corridor, essentially. So there's the retail business area and the mixed use areas that you see that are circled in red with the red check marks. So that's the request. I do have a, I'll stop sharing, but a email that I received that I believe should have been at your seats tonight from the Planning Commission Chair, Joshua Knox. He was unable to make it, but he did want me to share for the record some of his thoughts about this request. So I will just read that if that's okay. To the Essex Select Board, first off, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening. I hope this message is received on the merits just the same. Please adopt Tier 1B in the areas of town that the Planning Commission has recommended. Above all, I'd like to remind everyone that Tier 1B is a specific tool that will make it easier to do the things that we as a town have repeatedly said we would like to do. For nearly a decade, the PC has worked to create and refine a vision for a new town center. That vision has been constantly supported by other boards, committees, commissions, and has earned majority support at the ballot box. Likewise, we have agreed that as a town, that Essex West, the area around Susie Wilson Road, is an area where we welcome development. The sections of town you see highlighted on the maps before you were not chosen arbitrarily, and adopting Tier 1B would make it easier for greater levels of development to proceed in those areas and only in those areas. One of the things I think is worth remembering is that our goals of more development and preserving our rural character are not in opposition. By saying very clearly that we want greater development in one place above others, we are saying that we don't want it elsewhere. Again, the lines on these maps were not chosen arbitrarily. We aim to protect the countryside by supporting dense development only where infrastructure can handle it and nowhere else. By designating these areas as Tier 1B, we state our priorities and offer a clear incentive to developers. At the very least, thank you for considering this and for taking Essex's future development seriously. I appreciate your time and effort. Joshua Knox. So before you, along with my memo and the maps, there is a resolution that if you would agree to opt in, if you would take a vote to opt in, would be signed by the chair, and we would turn that over to the Regional Planning Commission, where they would present that to the the Land Use Review Board, or the LURB for short. And with me tonight, I didn't introduce Charlie Baker, who is the director of the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. So he is able to answer some questions if you do have any.
Thank you both. Thank you, Catherine, for the presentation. Welcome, Mr. Baker. I'll turn it over to the board. Questions? Andy, you look like your hand's going up.
Yeah. When we had the Housing Commission come talk to us, their last update, they also expressed support for some level of Tier 1B approval. I know it wasn't exactly this plan that they had reviewed previously. And so we also have there is also that support behind this. The other thing is that we assigned some fund balance support to study a housing fund, and I think that feels to me to be contrary to not approving or not opting into Tier 1B, since housing in these areas will be more expensive than it would be in any other municipality other than, I think, Colchester. Charlie, is Colchester the only other municipality that has not opted in?
The only other major town with major qualifying areas. Yeah, I would say
Right,
I
okay.
think 12 of our 18 towns have opted in, but the other ones are very rural with no.
They don't have they don't qualify for Tier 1B or they don't have large enough areas to worry about.
There's
Okay.
some gray area there, but they don't have
Okay.
without infrastructure.
So the point is that I know there was some discussions about fairness and the question or equity with regard to why not opt in all mixed use areas within Essex. I think we also had to expand the equity question to other municipalities that have chosen to opt in. So we're putting ourselves behind an 8 ball here by not opting in here relative to other municipalities where it will be potentially less expensive because they'll have smaller permitting requirements than what we would have in Essex if we did not opt in. It was made clear in the memos that this does not change the zoning in any of the areas, doesn't change the density in any of the areas. It lowers the permitting requirements only by removing Act 250 review for the segments of housing that you mentioned earlier. I think it puts us at a disadvantage if we choose not to opt into this. But I did have one clarifying question. I'm sorry, Catherine. I wanted to ask on your first map, you also had a blowout of the village center area that also has a check mark in it?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. All right.
Yeah, and the reason why there is that expanded area is because it actually looks different than what was in the ETC Next plan. The area has been expanded
Okay.
with our village designation
Right.
that we've received through the state.
Okay.
Thank you, Andy. Ethan.
I just want to point out in the email from Josh, when he thanked at the last sentence, at the very least, he said, "Thank you for reconsidering." And then I wanted to ask Charlie, where in Act 181 does it specifically lay out guidelines that the developers have to build these houses for cheaper, even though they don't have to pay the Act 250 fees, or do they just simply profit the money and build the houses for the same price they were going to build them for before? Because that's really the only difference in this Tier 1B is that they don't have to pay the fee for the Act 250 permit, and that's what makes it appetizing for the developer. But nowhere in any of these laws, and there's many flaws in Act 181, but beside that, nowhere in any of these bills that they've passed have they made any requirements where the developer is actually supposed to pass that saving on to the consumer. And we all know that that's not going to happen. They're going to build the house for the same price that they were going to build it before, and they're going to pocket $25,000 that they would have spent on an Act 250 permit. So I'm really lacking to see the benefit unless the town was going to develop the property on its own. Then the town would save the $25,000, which I can see that for the 8090 Upper Main Street. But for the rest of the properties, all I see is giving developers a bonus and taking away another set of eyes for accountability. So I'm just lacking to see the benefit of Tier 1B. Unless I'm misunderstanding how it works. But that's how I see it.
Thank you for that. There was a lot in there. And you're right, 181 does not require that any housing unit be particularly affordable or meet some affordability standard. And I'm kind of struck by your comments, and I hear you and feel you, the concern there. And I guess I'll start from this place. Our housing market is very broken. We have not generated enough supply to keep up with demand for decades now. And so housing is very expensive. That's no news flash to anyone here. And I hear your concern, like, is this actually going to make anything more affordable? And having worked in other parts of the country and just looking at the research around this, I think one of the things that has really come to light is that jurisdictions that have too many requirements on housing developers end up where Vermont is, which is not enough housing supply, a broken housing market where it's just really expensive, and it feels like developers control every dollar in the system. Housing places that reduce regulatory barriers and have let the market work. Sorry, I'm not here to promote any kind of particular philosophy necessarily, but I'm just telling you what I'm seeing around the country is that, and I'm not saying this happens tomorrow, like it's not going to happen with the first project, that this is going to take some years for our housing market to balance and rebalance and get to be a more affordable, just generically affordable, without having to subsidize. Because what you're kind of referring to is, are we going to have to subsidize units to get to permanently affordable, which is largely the model that Vermont has used. So I'm not going to promise you that the first project is going to be affordable. I would probably be lying to you if I'd said that. But I think what we're trying to do is kind of rebalance the housing market and allow the market to start working more organically to get to a healthier and more affordable housing market over time.
Right.
So sorry, I know that's probably not a real satisfying
Yeah,
answer.
I think it's a good conversation to continue to have, and I think it's important to know that the Vermont's population is actually declining by 3%, right? And now we're going to take away fees that have long gone to fund the state of Vermont, which is in a financial crisis, to make affordable housing for Vermonters who can't afford to live here. So they're going to reduce fees, which is going to take away from the overall budget, the state operating budget, which is going to raise taxes, which is going to raise rent. So the only person, and unless I'm completely not understanding how this works, because this is just giving the developer a pass on the permitting process, which is money, right? That's the incentive they talk about. The word incentive is giving them back money that they would have had to pay.
Reducing the cost.
Right?
Develop.
Reducing the cost to develop, but not reducing the cost of the development. So there's no protection for those units. I mean, Burlington's a classic example, right? We have 2 high-rise buildings. One of them's finished, rent's $4,800 a month, and the affordable housing is a steel building that hasn't been completed. So I don't see where this and I hear Andy's concern about the Housing Commission and coming forth to us and us putting forth. Nowhere in any of this Tier 1B does it have anything to do with affordable housing. All it has to do with is giving the developer a kickback to develop property for the same price he was developing it for yesterday. And that's my biggest concern. So the only person who wins on this is the person developing the land. And we can say that, the numbers were just released, and I don't have them directly in front of me. It would be a great thing to include the next time. I'm sure this will come up again unless it passes today. But if you look at the population, let alone the decrease in people having children, the population between, I think it was 12 and 27, I forget how they split it up. That group of people aren't staying here. And it's not because they don't have a place to live. It's because they can't afford to live here because we're the third highest tax state in the country as far as income tax and property tax. So I don't see how giving a developer money is going to solve any of those issues for us when it's going to lower the overall budget of the state and in turn increase all of our taxes. And then come to find out some of these properties are going to be bought up because the developer's not going to take care of them for so many years. You know, let's look at Fort Ethan Allen, and then we're going to do subsidized affordable housing, which I support, but that is also a cost to the general tax base. And I am lacking to see the benefit of this. And I just want to ask and kind of look at, you know, shall the select board do nothing with this? The state of Vermont is working on remapping the whole entire state right now. They've done it 6 different ways since January to conserve rural land, but they've included no national forests, no ski resorts, no open working lands. There's very little agricultural overlay. The only thing that's protected in this plan is development and developers. So I'm really curious, and I'm not saying this on a county level, but on a state level, somebody's getting some serious campaign money to drive developing in Vermont, and it's not factual that it's going to benefit the town of Essex. So I'm going to recede at that, and everybody make with what they hear tonight, but it's important that we all look at the big picture here and realize that we're not gaining anything from opting into Tier 1B besides quicker development. And that's it. That's the only benefit is quicker housing. So
Are you open
yeah,
to some different
definitely.
perspective?
I'm just not going to keep rambling all night. But I'll listen to you, what you have to say to me.
And I hear you, and there's a lot of, I'll kind of refer to the scarcity mindset in Vermont. You know, it's kind of like we only have so much, and things are kind of going down. And I don't know, just looking at different places around the country, like there's kind of, you're one of 2 places. You're either growing or you're shrinking. And Vermont, most of Vermont has been shrinking, right? To your point. Chittenden County has been growing. And then, you know, now we're at a place of like, maybe the growth in Chittenden County isn't even keeping up. And so I think Vermont needs to do some things. You know, you kind of made a point earlier about, you know, it's not because it's not because we don't have housing that's affordable or something. But when we've talked to employers over the years, it's really become clear to me that the lack of housing and then having enough supply. I mean, this is a supply and demand curve. We haven't had enough supply to keep it affordable. And so it's gotten more expensive to live here. And you know, if you have your kids here, you know, can they afford to buy a home here? And usually the question is not really. And so I think this is really trying to interject into the market some positive pressures on the housing market to grow housing that we haven't been doing because our economy can't grow. But back to your fee question or point, you know, the fees that Act 250 generates just go back into Act 250, right? They only pay for a portion of the Act 250 review. They're not, you know, general fund revenues. Those are fee revenues into Act 250, and so they're not helping our budget. They do pay a part of the Act 250 review. So anyway, I don't know if those are anything helpful to you, but I hear you that, and this is, I think, are we going to do anything different to have a different future, or are we going to continue on the kind of pattern that shrinks and is a mindset of scarcity where we won't have housing for our kids and our budgets don't grow? You know, and how do towns grow your tax base? It's through investment in property, right? It's the property tax. I'm not saying that means pave everywhere, but, you know, thoughtful investment in properties is the way that, you know, local jurisdictions gain property tax revenue to support the services that, you know, the cost goes up every year, right? And I'm sure you guys struggle with this every budget year. So I'm not sure this is totally the answer. You know, this is a little piece of the puzzle, but anyway, that's just some other perspectives on that.
So are you saying they're an enterprise fund through the state? They pay their own employees and they don't generate any revenue?
the revenue that they generate from the fees
Yeah.
go back into, it pays, I don't believe it pays all of the
Right.
cost of Act 250. So the general fund dollars, I believe, also
Pay
subsidize.
salaries and benefits, right? So if you reduce the amount that they were collecting in permits, you would increase the amount that the state would have to fund.
Yeah, assuming all things stay equal, which, you know, I'm not sure that's a great assumption, but.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Further comments from the board? Not seeing any. I think it's time to open it to public comment. I see a hand behind Mr. Post. Yes, Ken.
Hello, Ken Signorello. How are you? As you probably know, the Economic Development Commission has a monthly business outreach, and we have heard over and over again from many of our town's employers that housing is holding back our town's economic development. New employees can't find places. And just recently, I spoke to a person. I didn't understand this dynamic, but this is important to understand about the population demographics. We have an aging population. Many of them, like myself, are thinking downsize. So the kind of housing that you're talking about has entry-level folks looking at it, but it also has older folks looking at it, people that are looking to downsize. And the one thing about that competitive situation is the older folks have cash. So we have a double stymie for folks trying to get into the housing market. We have competition and lack of housing that's affordable and entry level. And it is holding back the economic growth of our town, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, in the back.
Hi, my name is Jordan Riddell, and I'm speaking on behalf of Let's Build Homes. We are a coalition of over 1,000 Vermonters who believe this state can and should have an abundance of housing, enough that living here is affordable, and enough that anyone who wants to call Vermont home actually can. We are a statewide voice for bold, practical solutions to Vermont's housing shortage. Essex should adopt Tier 1B designation because it is one of the most meaningful steps the Select Board can take to address Vermont's housing shortage. Vermont doesn't have enough homes for the nurses, teachers, families, and young people who want to live here. And that shortage is straining families, hollowing out communities, and undermining everything from our schools to our healthcare system. Tier 1B focuses new housing where Essex already said it wants to grow. Areas with existing infrastructure. Local zoning still fully controls what gets built. When I worked for the city of Burlington, our planning department partnered with South Burlington and Winooski and could not find a single instance in 15 years where Act 250 arrived at a material different outcome than local zoning. What it did add was tens, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in cost and many months of delay. And because Act 250 is a qualitative discretionary review, it exposes projects to additional appeals risk that local zoning doesn't. That drives up the cost of homes without adding meaningful public value. Those cost savings don't go to developers, they go to housing. Cheaper permitting means that projects can pencil out, more units can get built, and more units of those housing can be affordable to the people Essex actually needs. Tier 1 designations also matter beyond Essex. For the first time, they represent a legally codified consensus between communities and the state about where housing should happen. Let's Build Homes sees that as a foundation to build on, and we're working with VAPTA to ensure that if Essex wants to expand its Tier 1 map in the future, there will be a clear, straightforward path to do so. On the question of population decline, we gently push back on the framing. Vermont isn't shrinking because people don't want to live here. It's shrinking because they can't afford to. People are leaving because housing costs are so high, and the households that remain are getting older and smaller. The answer isn't to build less, it's to build more. Your planning commission and town manager both recommend this resolution. Please vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Yes. I'm looking at you, Anne.
Thank you, guys. I know it's late. I appreciate all the comments. And so my name is Ann Miller. I live at 60 Sydney Drive in Essex, Vermont. my two nieces, my two relatives are leaving Vermont for the Pacific Northwest, not because they couldn't find a place to live, but because they got better jobs. And I do believe that having a good job is the number one thing that people need to have in order to be able to afford to live here. So I'm here because I have one question to think about is, did the Planning Commission adopt the letter that the Commissioner Knox submitted to you, or was he expressing his personal opinion to you? That's one question to think about. I want to be clear, like, I'm not opposed to better, cheaper, more housing, not opposed to it at all. But I think it needs to be well-planned development, and just giving money back to the developer, I think, is not in the interest of the people who need more affordable housing. And I think that what we forget about, we try to frame regulation as being like the boogeyman, but really what this is a set of safeguards that protect the community. Before we have the information, you guys asked questions at the last time when this came up. It was October 4th of last year. You asked questions, and none of those questions have been addressed. The only thing that's done is we've taken out a certain section of the map, but all of the other questions that you raised about infrastructure, about soils, about water, none of that has been addressed. It's back again, and it's the same issues. And I think that that's a fundamentally flawed process, and I'm concerned as a taxpayer that we're paying for staff resources to keep recycling plans. I just want to say that you should really look carefully at that resolution on page 115. It's a legal certification on page 115. You are stating that Essex has the soils and wastewater infrastructure to accommodate compact housing development in the proposed areas. I know that the wastewater plan isn't done yet. I'm not sure how you can legally attest to that. So I have followed this process. I have gone to the Planning Commission meetings. I have been to these meetings. I come here not as an adversary, but to say that I don't think this thing is quite baked yet. And as much as we want to keep up with the Joneses everywhere else, we need to make decisions that are good for our town. So I would urge you that removing review doesn't speed up good development. It takes away accountability for bad development. And we can take our time and do things the way we want to here in Essex and not be pressured into doing it because South Burlington or Colchester or Winooski or Burlington or Heinsberg has done it. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ann. We'll jump onto online. Sharon Zukowski, you're first up.
Gina.
Hi, thank you, Ann. You saved me a lot of time because that was a lot of what I was going to say. I have to add to what Ethan was saying about the fees. Act 250, as Ann said, also is a second review. You know, it's great for times when the Development Review Board makes a mistake. You know, sometimes, you know, I'm on it. Sometimes we do. I'm not speaking as a Development Review Board member. And this, as I think Ethan said, this Tier 1B does not guarantee affordable housing. I can also send you and refute a lot of the data about the economic benefits and building this sort of housing, bringing the cost of housing down, because I can guarantee it won't. I mean, New York City has a lot of housing. Try to get a place there. And as Ethan said, I don't know what the reason is. I don't think we can say why people are leaving, but Chittenden County lost 552 people last year. The state lost 1,500. And I agree with Ann Miller that I think most of it is because our income taxes are so high and we don't have enough jobs here. Anyway, jobs that pay well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Gina Halbert Barron.
Hi, thank you for the chance to speak. I appreciate a lot of what Ethan said. Thank you very much. And I appreciate Ann Miller's comments and Sharon, so ditto to a lot of those. I hope we focus on, we seem to focus a lot on units and just building and cutting down the costs for the developer, which never really seemed to get passed down to the homeowners or future potential homeowners. And I want to emphasize home ownership, that when people have a mortgage and are invested in a place within our community, they are more a part of our community. They will become more engaged. They will care more about our schools. They will show up more at meetings. Those are really valued. Renters also incredibly valued as well. We're all valued as community members, but to give people an opportunity to buy into a piece of our community is something we don't seem to focus on. Act 250 also is an environmental protection, which we don't seem to speak about. It seems to be about dollars and numbers and regulation and fees. A lot of those are there for a reason. Act 250 does need to be rehauled, but I think we need more protections given the state of the world and the planet and the changing environments and weather patterns and floods and wetlands. We cannot build homes on wetlands. It's going to cost the homeowners more money. The developer can build a house and put it there, and 10 years later their basements are going to be flooded and they're going to be paying a fortune. And we have incentives for lower rent for affordable housing. We should have incentives for a certain percentage. If you're building a bunch of units, a certain percentage should be for sale for individual families and people to step in, for young people to step into mortgages and home ownership. We don't seem to have those kind of programs. I really encourage, I think ADUs are great. And if we build on people's properties and the people who live in the home are also renting something on their own property, that seems to foster more care in the homes themselves and upkeep of the building and care for how it's going in the community as far as noise and all that kind of stuff. So I really appreciate you guys bringing it up, but like Ethan said, you already voted no. I believe we can opt in later. I don't think it's a solid end no if you say no again, and I would appreciate you voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Mr. Post.
I'm still Bruce Post.
Thank you.
1 Cindy Lane. Just briefly, I happen to know Dean Davis, who they call the father of Act 250. Act 250 was an environmental law. It's been constantly weakened ever since it passed. You had legislative leadership saying Act 250 needed to be modernized because it hasn't been changed, updated since it passed. Paul Gillis, the preeminent legal scholar on Act 250 in this state, says it's our most amended law. And what this legislature has done in passing this is upend Act 250, where Act 250 and environmental protections are a small part of what is a major housing bill and basically driven by a senator whose his family is a big developer here in Chittenden County. That's one thing. So Act 250 was meant to protect the environment, okay? And also to allow certain things to happen. It had no mapping component. Now we have the ability to map things, but we don't have the will to protect the environment. And this bill is an example of it. I'm interested in the carve-out, that X carve-out in the proposed 1B. Why? What was the methodology in determining that there should be an X that's not included in the 1B and everybody else is around it?
The Planning Commission heard some of the concerns of the public, as well as even some of the conversation that was had during the ETC Next process, and that area of town is pretty congested, smaller lots, many single-family homes, and so there was a concern, or I guess an understanding about not wanting to maybe change the character of that area, and so if you're allowing more development.
So, and one of the things is about the new housing law is you can't sue on grounds of changing the character of the neighborhood. It's interesting that they don't. Did that include Sunset Drive, that carve out?
Yes.
Okay, that's where Dusty Brusso lives. you know, and I remember him saying he didn't want 1B. And so you've got a carve out there right in the middle of it. That seems strange to me. So what's happening now in Vermont, this happened so fast. This legislation was pushed through with such strong support among the Dems. People didn't know what was in it. Certainly the planning commissions did, and some of the planning commissioners. Now people are catching up with it, not just with the controversy that exists over tier 3 now, but with what could be happening with 1A and 1B. Let's Build Homes is testified here tonight. That's Moreau Weinberger's group, former mayor of Burlington, a developer, who said Act 250 has stifled housing in this state. There's a device online, American Enterprise Institute. You can pick out towns in any state in the country and see the number of homes that have been created, new homes that have been created. You can go back so many years. You could go right up to the present. I've done it. I've done it with South Burlington. An explosion of housing in South Burlington since Act 250 passed. Became law in 270. So I'll just say one last thing. There was a large conference on Act 250 held at Vermont Law School about 6-7 years ago. They had a panel of developers, and basically their message was, we want to make more money and we want to make it fast enough. And that's what all this is about. And Act 250 at least provided protections for citizens and neighbors. But now, NIMBY is a dirty word. Evidently you can't sue on the basis of it's going to change the character of your neighborhood. If you've got a lot, a 1 acre lot on sewer and water, you can put 4 or 5 homes in that. I think you had a graphic about that on the website. And then you could also put an ADU attached to it. So the consequences of this are enormous. And this is probably the most complicated piece of legislation the legislature's passed in the last 10, 20 years. So I wouldn't support 1B in this area. And I agree with Gene. I said it's not a question of keeping up with the Joneses, or Sharon says it's the kind of town we want. And we're going to put more traffic on Route 15? No, thank you. There you go.
Thank you.
Cheryl is online.
We have a hand online. Cheryl Van Ups.
Unmuted? Oh, great. Thank you so much for, I went, again, Cheryl Van Epps, 8 Rustic Drive. I want to thank, and I want to ditto to much of what has been said by Gina, Bruce, Sharon, and Ann. I want to add that I was just piddling around with the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources map, taking a look at one of the areas. It's the approved designated village center, ETC Next Historical Center. I wanted to see what all is going on there as far as the environment. And I'm seeing Alderbrook, the riparian buffer going through there, wetland advisory layer, Vermont priority waters, 7 wetland projects. So I'm feeling like without showing that additional information, it just looks like open spaces to be able to build in, whereas these sensitive land sites are actually there. When we build in spaces like these, we remove the wetlands, we reduce the groundwater being recharged, we increase impervious surfaces and change the runoff drainage patterns. So what are some of these outcomes from that? We're seeing, I could have sworn I read this, there's a record number of dry wells in our area being reported. We're seeing flooding in some of the properties nearby. When they remove all the trees uh, we have these effects that happen downstream when we continue to build, where really it isn't the wisest to build. In my own neighborhood, they were destroying slopes. What do you call it? Grading them and filling in other areas to create the area to build in. And what we got out of that was $400,000 to $950,000 houses. So we are destroying these sensitive land sites, and we're putting in houses that who's able to afford that price? Wouldn't my when we moved here, my ex was a young professional, and we were told we could afford 250,000 and still be within a budget. So it was something like less than 30% of our income would have been spent on mortgage. Who nowadays, who's able to afford this 400,000 and up price tag on a house? And to add to that, the cost of the soil erosion mitigation that these new homes had to pay for, the flooding from a high water table that was created by this grading and moving the soil around. These were expensive costs to these new homers, tens of thousands of dollars they had to pay for the mitigation. So, and on top of that, not only the homeowner, but the taxpayer. We are looking at water main breaks in the neighborhood because these roads are being built in places where maybe they should have reconsidered. Sinkholes, culverts, roads being repaved frequently, more frequently than their lifetime should be. These are considerations. So it's costing not only the homeowner, but also the Essex Town residents in the form of taxes. So let's be mindful of that when we add to when we try to build in areas where they should be protected. So that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Gina has her hand up.
Gina, is that the same hand or is that a different hand?
Just, can you hear me? Sorry. Just one quick, I believe Andy Watts mentioned that the Housing Committee supported it. Did they submit a report, and is that in the file on the agenda? Has the Housing Committee supported Tier 1B as a group?
I believe, Andy, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, when we have each of our committees and commissions come speak to us in the fall, and that question was specifically asked of Anna, and she said that, yeah, they did have a discussion about it and wanted to express their support for Tier 1B. I don't have a direct link to that communication. It was a verbal communication, but believe it may or may not have been documented in the minutes explicitly, but
it's in the recording.
It's in the recording, yeah.
No other hands online? No other hands? Oh, yes, one hand in the room.
Again, one of the problems with going first, you forget what you were going to say at the end. So, if owner-occupiable, affordable housing is a goal, the question you have to ask yourselves, and I'm not going to say one way or the other what I think you should do, but you need to ask the question, what about Tier 1B creates a possibility, an increased possibility for more affordable, owner-occupiable housing? And make your decision based on that. Thanks.
Thank you, members of the public. I'll turn it back to the board. Further discussion.
I have a question.
Meg.
So, there was a plan that was revised that has come back to the board. I'm understanding that this is a thing that we can have additional questions and get answers to, or is this a final vote that we do tonight? Can we come revisit it? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Baker.
So just, sorry, and I'm here not to advocate that you do anything in particular here, just to be an information resource. So the reason these maps are part of the regional plan right now, and it's actually the RPC, the Regional Planning Commission, that is kind of bundling up these requests and making the request to the LURB to approve. This is going to our board, just like you for your town plan. We're having our second public hearing on our regional plan. It's getting warned next Wednesday. It'll be voted on in May, unless something significant happens between now and then, so I don't want to discount that. But so there's this is kind of it in terms of getting in that cycle. After that, yeah, you could certainly change, do something different at a later date, and we could, revise that with the LURB at a later date. So this is not a one and done thing, but to be in this first cycle would have to be tonight.
And how long is the cycle?
That's a good question. If you asked my staff last summer, I think they would have said 8 years. I think we'll have to kind of see where the towns are, and we'll be reacting. If towns have requests, we'll go back to the LURB as often as towns have requests and issues that need to be addressed. I think my staff's thinking every 2 or 3 years. I'm thinking it maybe every year, that we'll kind of bundle those things up because, towns, things are changing all the time for you all. So,
Andy, I saw your hand.
But there is no amendment process yet at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it is an 8-year cycle until the legislature allows you to change sooner than that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, there's an amendment process. If you've been following what's going on in the legislature, S325, and I'm sure there'll be more debates about what happens in that bill to amend 181. But one of the provisions in there is an amendment process that would make it easier to amend in the way I just talked about. If not, it's kind of a 8 to plus month time frame that we have to go through with the LURB. So we probably, I don't know if it'll be 8 years, but we probably wouldn't do it much more than every few years.
Ethan?
So it's also my understanding that the state, once they receive these maps, they're going to be able to do whatever they want with them before they vote to approve them. These aren't approved maps when they leave the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission.
Yeah,
they're presented to the state, and then the state has the option, like they do with everything. They can do whatever they want to it and then approve final passage. It's not approved.
I don't know that there's any
leaving the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, but that's just a misunderstanding that I've heard several times, that this is approved by the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission, and even by the Regional Planning Commission. It's not going to be approved until it's adopted in the bill. It's part of the bill, the way that they're looking at finalizing.
Can I explain the process?
Because there's 3 bills that are doing one bill, right? There's the 325, there's 323, and there's 181, and all of them contradict each other. And the governor is trying to get them to come to terms with making sense of a law that doesn't contradict the 2 other laws that they wrote. The largest and only agricultural protection in this state, the Vermont Farm Bureau, has actively advocated against this because it has zero rural protection, as it's been falsely pushed that this protects rural and working lands. And it's untrue, and the process has been untrue and convoluted from many different representations, that this is a clean and clear-cut process, and if you don't sign up, you won't be able to get in for 8 years, when in reality, this isn't even going to take effect until 2030 because they can't get their story straight.
Let's give him a chance to respond, and then Andy, I saw your hand.
Yeah,
he says it
a few
every
things
meeting, and
that
it's
you
a lot.
conflated there. So what I understand, which I think I know pretty well, been talking to the chair of the LURB, at least a couple times a month, on behalf of all the RPCs in the state. So RPC will approve this map next month. It does go to the LURB, and I think that's what you're referring to as the state.
It's the state board.
Land Use Review Board appointed by the governor.
Right.
That reviews these maps. And to the first RPC has submitted their map. I will say there isn't anything in the law that allows the Land Use Review Board to change the map. Now they can deny or not approve the map and send the RPC back to do more work, but they can't change the map. So they could deny it and tell us we have to go back, hey, we don't like what you did in Essex. Go talk to the town and come back with a revised version for XYZ reasons. That's possible, but there's nothing that gives them unilateral control to change the maps that we developed with the municipalities.
Even parts of it?
And I'm just talking about the 1B areas.
From the LURB,
particular.
yeah. 'Cause the way I understand
and our regional plan maps in general, they don't have the power to change those maps.
So they can't
approve
eliminate
or
any
deny.
area? Okay.
They approve or deny is the only power they have in the statute.
And they can't remove any areas.
They can approve or deny our maps, kind of in total.
So, okay.
So that was, I think.
So there's no pretense that this is getting approved. It's just hope.
Well, no, the reason it's an 8-month process is because we did a pre-application process with them starting back in October. So we spent months with them reviewing it in the fall. We got comments back from them. We came back and met with the planning commission here a couple months ago. I can't remember exactly when. So there's been a pretty lengthy process of trying to make sure we understand what issues they see where we might not comply with statute, and giving us the opportunity to amend our maps before we finalize them and bring them to the LURB. So I have, I will say, a high degree of confidence that the maps that we've been revising will get approved by the LURB. Although I do want to bring up, sorry, this is maybe a somewhat undermining comment, but I am concerned tonight to hear that all of the eligible area isn't being recommended, the X'd out areas. The LURB has brought up forth an idea that if you're not going to bring the full area that's eligible forward, then you need to demonstrate or communicate to the LURB why that's not some sort of exclusionary practice, like why you're trying to not have development in that area, but it's okay in other areas. So there may be some concerns with this that we haven't fully digested. I'm kind of digesting this for the first time tonight.
That was my first opposition, actually. From the original meeting was, why aren't we including all the people in the town? And basically what I come to was the developers and those parcels who own those parcels weren't in the group. That was the only reasoning. There was no actual reasoning other than where it was and potential for what may or may not be built there. Even though, you look at land use regulations, 8090 Upper Main Street has the same land use regulations as you do next to John Leo Automotive, but that mixed use isn't considered the same as the mixed use down the road that they just excluded tonight. So it's kind of funny that that's one of their concerns, because that's what my biggest concern was.
Yeah, I think you're going to cover this, Andy, but I'll give you the floor.
So, Catherine, I remember there was some comments about connectivity, that those areas weren't as connected. And so, I don't know, Charlie, are there other criteria that, because it's mixed use, but it's not, it doesn't have the same context?
So also, I should note, I believe
conversation,
if the town were to opt into all the areas, any area, there's a map that's included from the Regional Planning Commission. The pink areas are planned growth areas. Essentially, anywhere in our sewer core is what we could opt into for Tier 1B. Planning Commission chose to dial it back and go for the areas where we did see that, like you were saying, that the connectivity, closer to services, you have sidewalks and bike paths, and so, and areas where we have done studies. So really looking at the ETC Next plan, as well as there's been some study recently over on Susie Wilson Road. We did that a couple years ago. So that was the reasoning from the Planning Commission to hone in on those particular areas.
Ethan.
If there's no question being called, I'd ask that we move on, unless there's going to be a motion made.
Is there a motion from the board?
Sorry, I do have another
Yes, Meg.
question. And I can look this up myself, but you guys might know. Does Act 250 have affordable housing stipulations written into it?
Does it are you asking, does it require affordable housing?
Yeah.
I am not necessarily an Act 250 expert.
Yeah.
There is like a incentive where I think if you're doing what's a priority housing project, I think the statutory terminology. If you have affordable, I think you're able to avoid Act 250. So there's been kind of some incentives or partially avoid Act 250. There's been some incentives like that have been done over the years that exist now. And then if you are going through, full disclosure, I'm also the chair of the Evernorth board, which used to be Housing Vermont, so affordable housing developer. So I'm aware of some of these things from that dynamic. But the affordable housing, if you're going through Act 250, there's a lot of like energy requirements and net zero requirements and things like that. But there aren't really incentives other than that partial exemption for priority housing projects in Act 250 for affordable housing that I'm aware of.
Okay. I remember reading that, and I don't remember where I read this, but that if you're building a certain amount of housing, that a certain percentage of it must be designated as affordable housing.
That is probably in the definition of a priority housing project.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay, never mind.
It is a complicated system.
Andy.
I make the motion that the select board sign the attached resolution requesting Tier 1B status for the areas recommended by the planning commission as shown on the attached maps.
There's a motion on the floor from Andy. Is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion.
A second from Kendall. Further discussion on the motion. Andy.
I'd like to remind everyone that this does not change what can be built or where it can be built, but it may affect how soon it gets built. It doesn't allow wall-to-wall building with no control or no review. We still have all of our regulations in place. We were already planning to build high density in these areas. Study the I guess I won't go anymore.
The floor is yours. I mean,
I think I've started to repeat myself if I keep going.
Any further debate? All those in favor in approving this motion, all say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Yeah, only.
Do I have to vote?
Yes,
Can I
yes.
abstain? I do.
No, you can't. You have to vote.
Okay, sorry. Gosh.
I don't want to put my finger on the scale, but if you don't know, then it's
It's a nay, yeah.
a 2-2 vote is a fail.
Right, yeah. I mean, for me, for now, it's a nay.
Okay, motion does not pass.
Thank you.
Moving on to business item 7E, rules and regulations of orderly conduct of business. And also recognizing the time, just for my own awareness, Greg, at what point do we need a motion to continue?
If you go past 11, so anytime before
Okay,
11.
so it's after 11. Okay, thank you.
Anytime, well, if you know you're going to go
If we reach,
before 11.
no, but I thought it was 10:30. That's what I was asking.
Oh, no.
Let's change the policy.
That's true. Thank you, Andy.
Yes. Next two, rules and regulations for orderly conduct of business, and then the business item after that, communications policy. These are pretty standard for your organizational meeting this time of year. Those are two of the big policies that you have as far as how you operate. Rules and regs focuses mostly on how these meetings are run, how you interact with each other, and communications policy. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Speaks more to how do you communicate with the public with your boards. So this is your chance to review first the rules and regulations for orderly conduct. Discuss it if you have any discussion, suggest any changes if you have any suggestions, and otherwise approve it, so you know and have the shared understanding of how you want to operate in the coming year.
I'll turn to the board. Kendall.
I just wanted to bring up that I've noticed that a lot of communities are now not, I don't know if they're making a policy or a note to circle the chair of the boards more often. So I don't know if this is the proper place to talk about that or not.
They do what?
Circle the
Yeah,
chair
they-
in the policies?
Yeah,
Term
to,
limits.
to have new chairs.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Rotate through. or-
Rotate through. And I know that there's been, I mean, Essex has been pretty good about it. We've had one and two, but some towns have said that the chair should be new and their commissions and their committees and their things every year to get fresh perspectives and stuff. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not sure where you would bring it up. This is part of the select board's how we act, so this doesn't need action. It's not important, and it's not important. But I did want to point that out, that there are a number of places that are finding it's valuable not to have a chair long term.
So my understanding is that'd be more appropriate in the board's handbook. Is that accurate? Because this is more about meetings production and. Do you concur?
I think
Because if
That's
you're also
something-
talking about other committees and chairs, not just the select board,
Yeah, it's pretty
That
much
would-
everything, and maybe that is in the handbook.
and that's something that
there.
we've talked about last year many times, would be coming up whenever we saw something like that.
Yeah, well, that was all. That was just my question, whether this was because this was ours.
I mean, we have a lot of policies that could fit, but I think when I read this, it's more of, how the meeting is to be run, how, our rules and regulations. We could, as our own board, we could set it here, I guess. But if we wanted to do a larger, all the committees and boards and commissions should have a term limit of X amount of years for boards. I don't know that we could do it here.
Okay, well, thank you for the time.
Do a big charter.
Andy.
I guess on that question, we don't have do we have a select board other than this document that tells us how we do things in the charter?
the handbook speaks somewhat to in the bigger sense, but otherwise it depends on the policy. We're talking about the donations policy later, but as far as select board operations, this communications policy are kind of the two big ones that jump out to me.
Yeah. I'm not in favor of restricting who any select board can choose to be their leadership in any given year. I don't support restricting.
I know you don't. Yes.
Not because I want to be the chair forever.
No. We've had a long discussion about chairs and
but
the powers.
yeah, I don't think we should restrict who any board chooses to be their leaders.
That's fair. The only reason I said it was the handbook is because we talked about it as a board and how we would all sign it as well. And I believe in the oath it does ask for staff and all board members to sign it. So, but we can discuss that on the date. Any other comments about this policy? Andy?
Yeah, I wanted to point out for Meg's benefit that this orderly conduct of business does include a section in there about everybody has to vote. Unless it's a conflict of interest, in which case you have to physically leave the room for the vote.
And state.
Sorry,
there's
I
no
missed that.
there's no
Abstaining,
just
okay.
to point out there's no allowance for abstention.
Okay.
But I guess if you read Robert's rules, an abstention is a no vote in that
Right.
case. So,
That's what I was basing off of. I'm sorry. But a very good point. I turned it to the board. Actually, I open up for public comment on this business item. Is there any public comment on this item? None online? None in the room. Back to the board. Ethan.
So just a operational question, but do we have to approve if they're already approved? If we don't make any changes?
We've always, at least as long as I can remember, we've approved it each year. You're not adopting it, you're not amending it, you're not approving it with changes, but you're approving it as in you're saying that we agree this is how we're going to operate for the coming year.
Okay.
Andy.
But we don't sign it every year.
Yeah, that's what I
'cause
was wondering.
These are old signatures in here.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's what.
So, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me.
I believe that we've always said that it'll stay in place. For instance, we have a long debate on the fund balance, and every time we haven't done something, the language last year had been, if we don't change it, we're not going to vote. We just carried on. So technically, we don't have to vote on this. If we want to put our stamp of approval on as a new board, we can, but we can also just move on. And if I don't hear a motion soon, we'll move on. So we're moving on. Communications policy.
As I mentioned a few minutes ago, communications policy is another one of the policies that kind of guides your operations, how you communicate with the media, with the public, with other boards. It's one of the two that we always bring forward to you this year, or this time of year. So happy to take any comments if you have any, and then you can approve it, or you could move on, or you could take public comment, and I'll stop talking and let you talk.
My turn to talk. I'll turn it to the board. Do we have any comments, questions, additions, motions?
So one of the things that I find funny with the communications policy is it doesn't list any forms of communication, as far as like the official forms of communication. It tells you how to communicate and when you should communicate, but it doesn't list out not. Everything's gone digital, right? There's no access to paper copies, right? You have to use an email or an online account to gather the information. But nowhere is in here does it say that you have to use a computer to communicate. So I'm just curious why everything's being switched digitally if there is clearly in our communications policy not a laid out form of communication. Because personally, I prefer phone and paper. I know all are allowed, but I just feel that the board has kind of, in my time, I know I started during COVID, so it was a different world, but when I first moved to Essex, we did a lot of paper, and there was a lot of paper. And I know paper is expensive and print's expensive, but I feel that, and I've said this before, and I was once directed that this was the time to put it in, but there should be printed copies of the packet at every meeting, whether it's 5 copies or 10 copies, or they should be available at the clerk's office every Friday. As soon as the packet's sent out at noon, there should be 4 copies ready for pickup. There should be a clear and open understanding that it's okay to use paper and phone and mail for communication. You don't have to use email. You don't have to do everything completely online. So, just my question of are we gonna eliminate the abilities to work in that manner, or what's acceptable?
That's a valid point. I appreciate bringing it up. Andy?
Paragraph 2 says any communication, be it email, telephone, in person, on social media, or otherwise. So I don't think we're excluding anything.
But we're favoring one currently.
Well,
there's no paper copies in the room, period.
This is the first I've heard of a request to do that.
Oh, come on. I've been saying it for 4 years.
Megan,
I was
I see
just
your
gonna
hand.
ask, is that someone can walk in and request that from the town and they can print it out, correct? Like that, the staff could do that for someone?
We can do that. We've had hard copies in the library for the
Yeah.
past year or so.
Yep, so since we changed the packet publication deadline, there's a copy that's printed and made available at the library. And
Okay.
certainly we would support someone if they came in and requested a copy.
Okay.
Often folks are looking for specific items.
Yep.
So printing 300 pages
Right.
might be excessive. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
we can try printing, I haven't checked with Caitlin to see if it gets much use to the library. Certainly happy to try printing some out, leaving a copy at the clerk's office here and seeing if anybody wants to take a look at it or ask about it.
Kendall.
I might suggest a modification to Ethan's request, is that if you put it on the agenda where anybody wanted some specific information in paper, that was available. I'm not sure that...
The tricky part is it's not a huge lift to print out, ask the library to print a copy or two, or to leave a copy or two here at the clerk's office and just make them available. We do assume that people have access to printers, whether it's here or online, or the other to call up and ask. We're not going to say no, I don't think, if somebody says, hey, I'm a resident, could you print me out a copy of such and such item? I think where it's going to get tricky is if we start getting 20 different requests with a whole bunch of stuff. And I don't know. My suggestion would be to start with a couple of, we'll keep with the printed copy at the library, try one at the clerk's office here, see if that gets much use or traction.
Yeah, good point.
It is, Ethan, a fine balance between we're
I
trying to
agree.
be efficient, we're trying to do stuff, a lot of it is shifting to online. We try to be accommodating with, phone calls, texts, email, what works for folks. Well, part of the reason we're electronic, I remember back in the day, thankfully we don't do it quite this way anymore. When I first started here, somebody in the manager's office would spend half a day on Friday with putting out packets, item by item, and they'd have to print out each item, drop it in, drop it in, drop it in. Next item, drop it in, drop it in, drop it in. And to print all that out, we've evolved where we were able to do stuff through PDFs, converting to PDF, and create a whole packet that way. Now we use Civic Clerk, as you all know. So it has changed over the years. Again, just to repeat myself, I think we can try doing a couple of printed packets and see if there's any interest there for folks, and kind of take it from there.
Ethan, is there specific language you want to add to this?
No, I just wanted to bring attention that I didn't see anywhere specifically in this policy where it said that everything was going to be done via electronics. And to my point is, if I requested a printed packet, it's not available for pickup until 4 p.m. on Friday. So, as I have in the past. So, and beyond that, when a resolution or a policy is passed, there should be a physical copy, because I made an agreement, because it gets lost in the email when there's so many redundant emails from phishing things and everything else, and the packet, and every time somebody responds to an email, it pops up as a new thing. Some of my signatures aren't on things because I declined to sign them, and some of my signatures aren't on things simply because there was an agreement with me and staff that anything that I voted yes on my signature would be applied to. Well, I have a really easy solution for that. If the town printed every resolution and every policy and every ordinance and every grant that we approved, and we're all in the room physically at every single meeting, it would be one piece of paper, or maybe a couple on some. It would get passed upon approval and signed with a physical signature, like it is in many, many towns in the state of Vermont. And then it would eliminate that fall through, because you're exclusionary to the internet. And it doesn't say that we operate only via internet in our policy. So if we want to change that and say that you have to, if you want to serve on the select board, everything has to be done electronically, then I'm okay with that. But put the language in there so people know before they sign up. Don't let it be a surprise. That's where I'm at with it. I'm really just fed up with the poor communication, because everything is, I don't have access to internet. I don't even have access to cell phone service 85% of my life. I'm in a barn, I'm with cattle, I'm in a remote area. I live in a remote area. So unless I'm in my house, I can't access the internet. There's many, many forms of communication that aren't email. And I just feel like this has been going on for a while. It's been promised to be better, and different things have been offered as solutions. And quite frankly, I've been disappointed with all the solutions. So I'm just asking you to either make it specific that you're going to do everything electronically, or put an alternative forth for those who can't make a commitment to 100% electronics. And I don't know what the language is. I don't know what the solution is, but I've tried to manage this situation on my own. And it's now taking the start of my 5th year on the select board to find a way to actively communicate with this town and select board. That's not only through my email. And especially signing documents that we approve. That's our only form of signing. There is no paper option offered at every meeting, like it should be.
Hearing you and not seeing any other hands, we'll go to public comment in a second, but are you proposing that we would like to table this and you'd like to propose language for a future date to consider this?
I mean, Andy says it's in there, so I just don't know.
No, Andy says forms of communication.
The wording, yeah, the forms of communication are in there. So who made the executive decision that everything is only via electronics?
Andy.
It wasn't an executive decision. We were all asked if it was okay to use our electronic. If you said no, then they should be getting.
I didn't say no. I said that they could use it, and then they don't use my signature. And on my, multiple years now, my signature's not on half the document. So, and I did ask for a printed copy, and my response was that it would be, for one, with the packet is a waste of paper, and for two, it would be hard because it'd be hard to get your digital signature on my printed signature. You guys would have to sign yours first, and then I'd have to come in and sign mine after.
Sign the.
But if we're all here at the meeting and we sign it, it's done.
Andy.
So it used to be part of the clerk's job to collect all the signatures. There would be a big folder full of stuff that needed to be signed, including all of the check warrants and all that. And so the clerk's job was to make sure that everybody that was present in the meeting, during the meeting, or after the meetings, signed all that. Could go back to that. It's a lot of paperwork. I'm fine with doing an electronic signature.
Is it a possibility of those of us who use an electronic signature, and then in the following meeting, could I make sure that everything is signed and have Ethan sign it at that following meeting?
Get that staff.
Yeah.
That could work. Do you have a preference of doing things electronically? I think I've heard from everyone. We haven't had the conversation yet, Meg, about using your electronic signatures to populate it. We could start doing hard copies for resolutions, grants. I don't ever remember saying it's a waste of paper, but I could eat my words. But however the board wants to do it, we're happy to try to accommodate that.
I'd like to be accommodating if we want to do physical signatures, or there's one of us or two of us or four of us that want to do physical signatures, we can start doing that.
And then it would just be my job to make sure that, essentially reading through the minutes of the previous meeting, that anything that had a signature, ensuring that all of our signatures are on it, is what I'm assuming.
I think the staff would assist you with what needed to be collected, but yes.
We would bring the hard copies here, assuming they're approved, adopted without any changes. You could sign them, and we would get them to the right spaces.
Are there things that sometimes we pass that, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that need to be signed very, very quickly? With it, besides like two
if there's
meetings?
a deadline, occasionally.
Okay. Andy, I saw your hand.
Oh, I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, yes. Technically, only a quorum of signatures is required. So to hold a document up to try to get that final fifth signature is not necessary. I think as soon as you have 3 signatures, if the other ones are harder to get, they can just go right back, and
That's how it's been.
is legally defensible that it was passed.
Right.
There's plenty of things that don't have my signature on them either from past years, but it's just a matter of who got to the things in the meeting and all that. So, but
Bringing it back to this document, do we want to add something in here that will change this? Do we want to keep going forward and not vote on this tonight? What does the board want to do with this, recognizing the time and we still have 2-3 items?
I just wanted to bring it up. We can change it at any time. Nothing's going to change today. I just remembered when I saw my signature not on something from 24 when I was 2 years in and we made an agreement for. And then thank you to Karen. She has made a second agreement with me prior to my first agreement and has been fulfilling my wishes, but it just irks me every time I see something without my name on it that I had no opposition to and was part of changing. It's like, and I understand the quorum only needing 3 signatures, right? Only 3 of us are going to sign that grant that's getting sent back to the state because it would be hard to track down 2 other people, right? That aren't on the board.
I'm going to
anymore.
move on now.
But just.
I hear you. Moving on to business item 7G. Consider approval of select board schedule for April 2026 to April 2027. Turn to the staff.
Another one that we set, this one, the charter says that you set your schedule at the organizational meeting each year. Staff has put together a proposed schedule. Basically, it is the first and third Monday of each month, with a few exceptions. Those being some accommodations for holidays, or adjustments for holidays, July and September. Just have one meeting scheduled for each of those months. We will come up with budget day in the future and any other special meetings that we needed. The meetings would all begin at 6:30. We're proposing to continue that same time. And January, I think, is a little bit different. That's partially a holiday, partially to align with the warning requirements for town meeting. So that's what's before you tonight, February as well. I know there's been some talk about accommodating or adjusting for school vacation weeks. We can do that. The more lead time, the better. Currently, we're looking at April 20th is what's proposed for your next meeting. That is a school vacation week. I'll just say it's been a little bit tricky with staff trying to figure out what day to plan for, when to make their schedules, what to prepare as far as getting stuff into the packet. I guess that's a trickery, or one of the tricky parts of trying to plan ahead while also knowing that we can't set the schedule until this first meeting until based on the charter. So we have it as the 20th. We can adjust it and accommodate whatever the board's desires are. If we do adjust it, just something to consider for next year. It'd be helpful to start the conversation. I know we can't finally formalize it until this meeting, but the more time we have to plan, the better, the more helpful it is.
I'll turn it to the board. Yes, Meg.
I just want to say, kind of for the record, I'm fine with this the way that it is, so long as there's essentially kind of an opportunity to just be available online instead of in the room. Mm-hmm. It sounds like we're pretty well equipped to be able to do that, correct? Okay.
Full disclosure, before I was chair, I made the proposal that we take a look at this because, I knew that other major institutions in Vermont, such as the Vermont Supreme Court, were looking at possibly not having their meeting days, public sessions and different things on school vacations moving forward, because your testifiers, public members, board members that have children, things like that have school vacations, it makes it difficult during those times. I agree that hybrid meetings do make it a little bit easier, but something to talk or the board. This, I think we do need a motion to approve.
I won't physically be in the room on April 20th either.
I will not be here physically. You'll get to see this guy in the main chair, but I'll look forward to seeing you remotely.
So there's no requirements to a meeting now, since I know the hybrid's still okay, but you have to have in person now. So there's no requirement for a quorum of 3 in person?
No.
Really?
We
It's
could
a
all be
quorum
online.
of board members.
We could all be online.
I thought somebody had to be in the physical room.
Thanks, the staff.
That's them.
Just the town manager.
Yeah.
Just town staff. Okay.
There has to
Yes,
be a
he's-
there has to be a
I knew
physical-
that there had to be somebody physically in the room. I didn't know if it meant a select board member. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I'll be here.
Good.
Unless I'm not, then you're coming.
I will not be here physically.
Well, then Meg will have to. We're not having a meeting.
I won't be here.
I don't know. I should have no reason.
You
My
can't
kid's
run a
gonna be
meeting
in.
from a
My kid's gonna be in
That's why.
Florida. So
You can what?
You can run the meeting from a rural.
Yeah, but it's just not as great.
It's easier to do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
okay. Make the motion to approve the schedule as presented.
Second.
Moved by Ethan, seconded by Meg. Public comment. Sorry, I just want to get sure we don't have any public comment on this. None seen. I'll bring it back to the board. Any discussion on the motion?
The
Kendall.
only question I had was in the exit interview, there was some talk about maybe having the town showcase and soup night a different night, or the informational that was brought up and asked. So I just wanted to note that. Don't assume we would change it this year, but we probably should think about it if there's that many people that are interested in it.
Good catch, and I think if you wanted to amend this in the future, even if you adopt it tonight based on future conversations, I think that's totally within your rights to do so.
Okay.
And that gives us plenty of time.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to the vote. All those in favor of adopting the schedule as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. It's 10:53. Moving on to the donation policy. Business item 7H. Karen, I think this has been your lead.
It has. I will attempt lightning speed. This first came to you, I believe, in the reading file either November or December last year. This is on the board's work plan for fiscal year 26 is to review and potentially adopt a donations policy. So right now we have a variety of different, I'll call town officials doing fundraising work. So that includes folks like Parks and Recreation as they're putting together Community Day. It also includes the library and fire department, who both have 501c3 organizations who basically exist to support those departments. So there's a number of ways this touches our work already, and this is an attempt to sort of formalize who can do soliciting and fundraising work on behalf of the town, what the process looks like for accepting and sort of agreeing to strings with regard to donations that are offered. And then there's language in here sort of specifically about how the library trustees will function as under statute. They are the stewards of any money donated to the town for purposes of supporting the library. So there's a number of other items in there. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Actually, spoke too soon. There are comments in here. I've sort of compiled everything we heard from our boards and committees. So the select board had asked that boards and committees be given an opportunity to comment. I've sort of compiled all of those in there for the board. Most folks just wanted to make sure they understood exactly what, like how grants would be considered, or what types of approval board members would need to do this work. So I'll stop there.
I'll tune it to the board. Kendall.
I think it's great.
Excellent.
Second.
Ethan thinks it's great. I know we've seen this before. At the same point, I also recognize this is a very important document. I appreciate that the staff was able to get this to all the committees. I appreciate the committees that took the time to write in, and the thoughtful memo we have about the responses to that.
Good responses in there.
Andy.
I just have a question about what the select board needs to be consulted on. It's accepting anything over 15,000. What if somebody wants to donate anonymously with no strings attached? Is that just would just come in as an anonymous donation with no strings, and the select board would have to decide whether to accept it, or just curious how?
I haven't thought about that until right now, but I do think it would function the way that you just described. So you'd still need to accept it.
Yeah.
If you chose not to, I'm not sure what we would do, but we
Right.
we would save that for then. But yeah, so any donor would be asked to come in. If they don't want to, we would just not name them as part of the proceedings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just.
And then just to your note, Andy, just to name it for folks who might not have the document in front of them, the sort of thresholds here are the select board needs to formally accept gifts over $15,000, authorize solicitation efforts in more than $10,000 from one donor, or any value gifts that have any sort of give and take associated with them if the town is promising something in return for a donation. Those are the select board involvement touch points.
And thank you for your handling of how the library and the fire are. I think it was handled excellently, and appreciate the work that went into figuring out how to
Thank you.
word
We're
that.
very lucky to have those groups. They do
Yeah,
great work.
Yeah.
I will also mention, just while we're on this, there was a lot of discussion last time about the correct threshold for formal acknowledgement of gifts. Previously, it was at $1,000 for a sort of personalized thank you versus some sort of standardized template response. That was reduced to $250. That was a number we just arrived at as staff, as things over that generally are significant enough to warrant that response. We're often getting things under that amount where it's clear the donor isn't expecting anything more formal. So trying to strike a balance there between workload and gratitude. But everyone would get an appreciation. It would just be the sort of individualized thank you at $250 and above.
Thank you. Karen, I just had one minor thing. First page under the preamble, line 28, you list, things that there's going to be the value of any property donated to the town shall be determined by either one, and then it goes on, but it never says two. So that's my only minor edit.
Yes, thank you. It looks like it should be at the end of line 29.
Yeah, I would say
Or
right by
two.
the or.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll open it for public comment on the donations policy.
Can I interject just for a moment? It's 10:55. I would really like to speak to you in executive session about an item tonight. You'll have to extend past 11.
Or run upstairs right now. Yes.
Table this.
We hear you. No public comment
I just wanted to
online.
bring it up so you have
None in the room. Back to the board.
Are we discussing that right now, or this?
I think we can get through this before we.
Discuss that.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree on a time before we made a motion.
Is there any, Andy?
I make the motion that the select board preliminarily approve the donations policy with final adoption at a future date.
Second on the floor from Ethan. Any further discussion? All those in favor of everything Andy just said, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. As we noted, it is 10:56 on the dot. Do we want to talk about extending? I think it's a great idea.
How long do we need?
We have probably 5 minutes with the next item, and then
20 minutes up there. We'll do 11:30.
Yeah.
Does it work for everybody? If somebody votes no, we don't do it. So
we can take shots of maple syrup.
I make the motion we extend till 11:30.
Motion's on the floor. Second by Ethan. All those in favor? Oh, well, motions to extend must be unanimous. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 11:30?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're extending to 11:30. Moving on to the item I, coffee with committees.
Okay, so in a similar fashion, this is the select board had asked for feedback on the practice of holding a coffee with committees. So I believe this is something that Tracy had started a few years ago to try to generate conversation amongst board members. The hope is to have a sort of standing appointment the second Saturday of the month for board chairs and vice chairs. And it sounds like sometimes clerks are also welcome to come and have a no agenda conversation and discuss whatever is on those folks' minds. So there's some feedback here from board members about the value that they're placing on that event, and it's just an open question as to whether you'd like to continue, change, do something different. Staff is really not involved other than perhaps helping secure a room reservation or something else. It's really something board-led.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you to the staff for getting the feedback. Thank you to the members that have chimed in, that have attended in the past. Thank you to Tracy for starting this. As the new chair, I think it's a great policy. I would love to take this on to be at as many as I can make, and when not, tell the board in advance so that they could fill in. I think I've been to many when Kendall was filling in as chair, been been to one with Tracy before. I think having 2 of us there is great. Obviously, we don't want to make a quorum, so I think we need to coordinate. I'm speaking on this first just because I feel it is more following Tracy's examples. It's kind of a chair policy that they put forward, saying, it's not one of our stated policies, but it's something that we have practiced we do. So I would be glad to continue this. Recognizing the feedback, I'd love to discuss in 3 minutes whether we want to change the location to find a quieter spot, maybe down the row of stores to Leo & Co., maybe open up, looking around, finding other business owners that might be open to us using a quieter space. Usually it's not more than half a dozen people, to be honest. I say that now, and next time we'll have 40. I also think in reading some of the feedback, switching it maybe from a Saturday to a Sunday every other month might be a worthwhile practice, as long as we can get our calendars correct. I put that to the board to discuss.
I have just a different question.
Yes.
So how does the results of the discussions with those when you guys go get shared with the select board, like the rest of us?
So in the past they have not. That was something that came up as we brought this on topic a few weeks ago at our past meetings, and it was something that if I came into this position, I would want to send either bring it up during my board member comments at the next meeting, or at some point. Obviously, we can't talk about business without breaking open meeting law, so I wouldn't want to put that at jeopardy. But I do think that having these is worthwhile to inform the fellow boards or fellow members of this board about what we found out.
Mm-hmm.
So I would look for finding the right way to do that.
Okay.
Ethan, you're going to be on the hook for this.
Yeah. I just gonna point out the fact that 2 people said that the day didn't work or the time, so I would just make it 10 o'clock Saturday, 2 o'clock Sunday, 12 o'clock Saturday, whatever kind of floats to get the different groups of people. But I'll leave it short and sweet, and that's something that we can work with as we go.
Yeah, I think
But I think we should continue.
Okay. Kendall, I know you enjoyed these a lot. Do you have any comments?
Very informative.
Seeing as it's just a practice, do we need to vote on anything? Unless there's a motion? Member of the public, yes. Irene, come on up.
Hi, Irene Runner, 15 Thrush Lane. I waited an awful long time to speak tonight. I enjoy going to those conversations, and I wish we had had them when I was on the select board. It's just a really great way to get input from folks who are very committed to helping the town move forward. There's a long-standing institution that also meets alternately on Saturday and Sundays, starting in the morning. So I would respectfully request that you coordinate and make sure it doesn't conflict with Poly Talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any hands online, not seeing other hands in room, not seeing any hands from the board. I think we'll move on to comments. Andy.
Make the motion that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Before you do that, Andy, I appreciate it, but I'd like to get just quick board member comments before we go to the reading file. I do think it's worth noting the memo from the chief is on here, and I recommend the public check that out, as that was a very interesting thing that happened in our community recently. And now I'll take more executive session motions.
Sorry, did I jump the gun? We usually do reading file first.
We do, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, it's okay. I know, we're all trying to get this done, so.
Okay, let me think if I have any reading file things I want to talk about.
Kendall, do you have a reading file?
I would just note that we probably should revisit our discussions about Green Mountain Transit, since it looks like the Essex is going to go away.
It's a valid point. Any further board member comments?
Good reading material in there about the fund balance policy. Might be worth looking into for future meetings.
And my last comment will just be I welcome our new member and congratulate my colleagues for being appointed for another couple of years. Does anyone have any other motions for executive session? Andy?
I move that the Select Board enter into executive session to discuss pending or probable civil litigation or a prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1E to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Ethan, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Great, passes 5-0. Andy?
I move that the Select Board enter into executive session to discuss the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee in accordance with 1 VSA Section 313A3 to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second? Kendall? All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I believe that's all of them.
Yep.
We are in executive session. Will we be coming back?
No need to come back.
Logan, you're all set.